Call our special meeting today to order. It's 10:03. I will ask Commissioner Pickens to do the invocation and Commissioner Adamsack to do the pledge, please. All rise, if you can.
Let us pray. Our Heavenly Father, we just thank you for this glorious day, Father God, and all our blessings, Father God. We just thank you for the opportunity to meet today to discuss the budget, Father God, and discuss the MSBU possibility, Father God. We just thank you for our commissioners, thank you for our staff, and just lead us and guide us with our decisions. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Amen. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Commissioner Pickens and Commissioner Adamsack. We are waiting on Heather to come in from Tallahassee, so she might be running just a little bit late. So it would be the pleasure of the board. We can have a discussion before she gets here, or would you rather wait until she gets here? Mr. Turner?
Mr. Chairman, most of my questions, I don't know that anybody can answer here.
Okay.
So that's what I've been waiting on, being though I can't really ask a lot of questions, especially to other commissioners, and some of the staff wasn't sure of some of the answers to the questions, so I don't know how I can move forward without talking to the expert.
Okay. Well, right now, we do have on our, number 2 on our item is public comment. Is there any public comment on our agenda item? Okay, seeing none, why don't we recess until Heather gets here? How's that sound? Is that good?
Fine with me, sir. Yes.
All right, we're going to recess. All right, we're going to go ahead and recall our meeting for June 23rd. It's a special called workshop. And Heather, you have the floor. So
All
thank
right.
you for coming all the way from Tallahassee to share with us today. We
Oh,
appreciate
you're
it.
very welcome. It's a pleasure to be here. You asked me to come and give you a little bit of background about home rule revenue sources, specifically, all right, that doesn't work. There we go. Special assessments, I'm going to talk about their uses, the implementation. I put a couple slides in on MSTUs, just in case you guys want me to talk about the comparisons between those two, or if you have any other questions. To put this in a little bit of context and to sort of give you some background on how these home rule revenue sources kind of compare to taxes and what some of the legal guardrails are on them. I'm going to talk a little bit about home rule generally. The alternative to home rule, which was called Dillon's rule way back when, existed in Florida prior to the 1968 constitutional revision. Counties at that time were required to have an express grant of power from the legislature to do anything. So if you wanted to take up any sort of local matter and you wanted to adopt an ordinance to implement it, you had to look and see whether the legislature had given you specific authority to do that. Otherwise, you couldn't do it, or you had to go get a special act. Which is why if you look at 1967 special acts, they're about this big, the books of them. There was over 2,000 of them done in just 1 year. So, you know, Florida was fastly growing back then as it is now, and that kind of model of governance was really unsustainable. And so in 1968, they adopted Florida home rule and unleashed county home rule by constitutionally creating charter counties and non-charter counties and restricting the use of like population acts and all those kind of things that occurred prior to 1968. So today, except for the constitutional reservation to the Florida legislature of the power to preempt county authority, which we know they can do, by general law, the home rule power of counties, whether a charter or non-charter, as you all are, is pretty expansive. As provided in Article 8, Section 1F of the Florida Constitution, a non-charter county, such as Putnam, has the power of self-government as is provided by general or special law. Non-charter home rule authority was implemented then in Section 125.01 Florida statutes, which is by design and intent a general law grant of expansive home rule authority to you all. It provides non-charter counties with all of the powers of local self-government that are not inconsistent with general or special law. While subsection 1 of that statute enumerates certain specific powers, which we're going to get into because it includes the authority to create MSTUs and MSBUs and impose special assessments. If you look down in subsection 3, it clarifies that that enumeration of those broad powers in subsection 1 is not even intended to be everything. It's not intended to be exclusive or restrictive. Rather, it's supposed to be liberally construed to grant to all counties the broad exercise of home rule that is authorized in the state constitution. And a broad construction of 125.01 has been approved by the Florida Supreme Court on numerous occasions. So that's just to give you a little bit of context. You guys have a lot of local authority. However, in the area of taxation and revenue producing, under the 1968 Florida Constitution, all taxes, other than your local ad valorem, which you guys know you got 10 mills for general county purposes and additional 10 mills for municipal purposes if you create an MSTU, but all taxes other than those are preempted to the state. So the 1968 Florida Constitution expressly authorizes you all to levy local property taxes, but preserved statewide legislative discretion as to the levy of any other tax. And that has to be done by general law authorization. No longer can it be done by special act. Now, luckily for you all limitations imposed on local government taxing authority, all of those out there Not all local government revenue sources are taxes that would require that general law authorization under Article 7, Section 1 of the Florida Constitution. Instead, counties and cities have the home rule authority to impose a variety of home rule revenue sources by local ordinance without general law authorization, so long as they avoid classification as a tax and are not otherwise inconsistent with any sort of general law or special law. Therefore, by definition, up here on slide 6, I think it is, a home rule revenue source is any charge that is not a tax and is not inconsistent with general or special law. So what are some of these home rule revenue sources that you guys can impose by ordinance? Some of them, the two most common categories are fees and special assessments. Fees you're probably very familiar with. You've got impact fees, you've got park and rec fees for people who come and use, sort of public facilities. You've got building permit fees. You got all kinds of fees out there. I'm not going to talk about those today unless you guys have specific questions. The one we're going to focus on today is special assessments. Let's see. Special assessments. Special assessments have been around in one form or another since like the early 1900s and maybe even before that. Some of the earliest special assessments that you'll see sprinkled throughout the case law, if you want to go look, are some like sidewalk or street improvements that are done on a linear front footage basis, and everyone pays, a certain charge per linear front foot. This definition that's on your slide here, 8, is actually from one of those very, very early capital special assessment cases. A special assessment is a charge assessed against the property of some particular locality because that property derives a special benefit from the expenditure of the money. Now, even though most people do call special assessments a tax, and I certainly understand the appeal of that because, everyone, you're paying for it, it doesn't really matter to you what technical term is given to it, but legally, a special assessment is not a tax. If it was a tax, you would have to have general law authorization to specifically impose it locally. And in Florida, you do not need a general law authorization to impose a special assessment. But granted, there are definitely similarities between the two. For example, both taxes and assessments can pay for either capital or for services. So you're not just limited to roads and sidewalks. You can use it to fund, services that the county provides, such as fire rescue or stormwater or things like that. Both are also mandatory and can be collected constitutionally through the enforcement of liens on homesteaded property. There is a restriction in the Florida Constitution that you cannot, foreclose, for lack of a better word, through the tax certificate process on homesteaded property except for taxes and assessments for benefits. So this is one of those assessments for benefits so that you do have the authority to require homesteaded property to pay these. Some of the differences. There are significant legal differences. First, a tax does not have to benefit property. We all pay taxes. We pay taxes to the school district, even though we may not have children in school. We pay taxes for the benefit of living in a civilized society and the facilities and the services that go along with that. Contrary to a tax, a special assessment has to provide a special benefit to property, and we'll talk a little bit more about that in a couple minutes. The authorization for all taxes except ad valorem, as I've said, have to be provided by general law. In contrast, special assessments, your authority is found in your broad home rule powers, and you can implement that by enacting an ordinance. Finally, the legislature is required to prescribe a tax base. Local governments, however, have the authority and the flexibility locally to develop the rate of assessments and the manner of apportioning those costs, so long as it meets legal muster. So since the days of those early capital assessments, the courts in Florida have elaborated and further defined the legal sufficiency test for a valid special assessment in Florida. In order to avoid classification as a tax, a special assessment must meet this two-part legal test. The first prong is that the service or the improvement provided must confer a special benefit to the property charged. And the second prong is that the assessment must be fairly and reasonably apportioned among all properties assessed so that no one property is paying more than the amount of benefit it receives. Thus far, the Florida courts have found that the following services or facilities will meet that special benefit test. That does not mean that this is an exhaustive list. It just means that these are the services and facilities that have been challenged and been upheld. And that includes fire protection, street improvements, parking facilities, downtown redevelopment, solid waste. You can read the list. The latest one we have up there is beach renourishment, which is the most recent Florida Supreme Court case on point. And these, which are important to review, are some of the services and facilities that the Florida courts have found do not meet that special benefit test. It includes public hospitals, public health units, emergency medical services, law enforcement, community resource facilities. These have received negative treatment either directly by having a court strike down an assessment program for these types of services or facilities, or through dicta. There is some Supreme Court dicta where the Supreme Court sometimes gets a little bit off track and they say, we see things like law enforcement and public health. Clearly those are providing a general benefit to people and not a special benefit to property. There isn't a case specifically striking one of those down, but you can kind of read between the lines. You will note that EMS is on this slide, and I do not know whether you guys have a combined fire and EMS system where you have cross-trained people that kind of do both things, and that does not, however, mean that you cannot do a fire protection assessment. There is a Supreme Court decision that strikes down EMS assessments, and it provides that those services provide a special benefit to people, not to property. But that there is a way, and this has been court approved, to sort of look at your combined budget and through the development of factors to segregate out those EMS related costs and calls and fund the remainder of your fire budget through a fire assessment if that is this board's desire. I'd also like to point out, are you guys in a rural area? Okay, so as a RACET county, if there is a desire on this board to explore an EMS tax assessment, there is a specific statute, 125.271, that authorizes certain small counties and counties that are in a rural, it used to be RACIC and it's something else now, but you know what I mean.
Economic opportunity.
There you go, they flipped it on its head. And
Sound better for us.
yeah, exactly. So if though you as that kind of a county with that designation on you, and you're also probably meet the other ones, you're under 75,000 and all that. So you do have the statutory authority. There is a general law that authorizes a assessment-like charge to fund EMS separately. So that
Is that in conjunction with the MSBU?
it does not have to be. It can
Separate?
stand alone.
Or can it be?
You would still need to segregate them out. They're probably going to have slightly different ways of apportioning those costs out. For example, in a fire assessment, you may see a lot of calls to vacant property, and so there may be a vacant land component where you're not going to see that in EMS, so they're going to look a little bit differently. Usually the methodology is the same, and they can work to fund that whole budget together.
So you would have an MSBU that would be for structures?
For fire, you would have a fire assessment, an MSBU for fire, and then an EMX tax assessment under that statutory authority for EMS.
Is that an MSTU or is that MSBU?
It is it's not an ad valorem tax. It is,
Fee.
it's a general law authorized tax. They call it a tax assessment.
Heather, how would you like us to proceed? You're the expert in this, and Do you want to take questions as we
Oh,
go?
that's fine, yeah, because otherwise you might forget them. So if you want to.
I write mine down, but I mean, yeah,
Okay.
but in the heat of the moment, you do want to ask questions sometimes and.
So
okay.
the general law tax assessment, if that was put in place, how is that assessed? How is it valued? Is it by real estate value or is it non ad valorem?
It is not done, it's not a property tax. It
Okay.
is generally done on a benefit basis. So you would generally maybe look at your EMS call data and what kind of properties are we responding to most, divide up the budget between residential and commercial and whatever else makes sense based upon your local data. And then, you'd probably see a charge per dwelling unit for residential and a charge per square foot for commercial to sort of try and capture the differences between those property uses.
Can you give us an example of a county that's currently doing that?
Levy County has one.
Who?
Levy County. I'm sure there's others I could think of if I had.
Does Levy County have both?
They do have both.
BU and a special assessment?
They have they have an MSBU for fire, and they have an EMS tax assessment. They have both. And they also,
Which both are MSBUs.
EMS tax assessment's not really an MSBU,
Okay.
because it's done under general law authorization, not your home rule.
Right. Okay.
And you often also will see them done separately, because you may, for example, provide fire just in the unincorporated area, and you may provide EMS countywide. So there may be different service areas too, and that is the case with Levy. They have different service areas, because they have a couple cities there that do their own fire protection.
But it would be based on data, so it'd be based on calls. So, for example, as you said, you wouldn't be able to assess an EMS rate to a vacant piece of property because they're not producing calls. But on homes or businesses and commercial, you could do that.
Yes.
Based on delineation of the two.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
So if 80% of your call volume was residential, then 80% of the money needed to be raised would be assessed from residential and the rest would be on your business.
That
Something-
is the most common. It's called the historical demand methodology, and the Florida courts have approved that approach. What about what?
If it shifts from commercial from the residential, is that possible? What happens then?
You generally would take a look, if you had major changes in how you're delivering services or major development that changes, you would look at your call data and reapportion. Generally, that's done every 3 to 5 years. It doesn't have to be done annually. And I can tell you from working on these over decades and decades around the state, it doesn't change that much.
Probably right.
Yeah, you're probably.
And 80% is pretty, that's a good number to pull out of the air, because that is what you're going to see most likely.
I've looked at other systems, that's why.
Yeah,
So in reading the statute, it looks like it's the 75,000 is the cap, but it also looks like once you adopt it, it can carry on even if you go above 75,000? Is that
yeah,
correct?
and you just have to meet one of the three, either be a RACIC, rural economic opportunity,
Yep.
RACIC.
75 and be at a certain millage, or have a pre-existing EMS ordinance for an assessment in place prior to the adoption of the statute. But once you do qualify, you retain the ability to keep funding it that
The only
way.
reason I ask that is because we're right on the brink of possibly not being under 75,000 in some time, definitely in the next decade probably.
Well, as long as you stay as a rural area of economic opportunity, you should still retain that
You
qualification.
did good on that one.
Yeah.
You did good. I have to ask a question.
Sure.
On fire, well, in my business, I was an insurance agent, and there are special assessments inside your insurance policy to pay for fire. From when they come out, they just send a bill to your company. But in the EMS side, it's a lot of billing that goes on with the ambulance charges and stuff like that. That doesn't affect an assessment per se, or does that just kind of?
Well, when you look at your assessable budget, you're going to look at your total budget, right? And then you're going to look at those revenues, and those are going to come off the top. So if
Okay.
you bring in $1 million in EMS billings and your budget is 5 million, you're only going to look to assess 4 million.
I got you. Okay, that's where I was going.
And then if you're not, you're going to take off any revenues that you consistently get in, you're going to take off the top so that you're not, you're using those first.
Because then you're replacing that dollar and you're actually making money on the assessment at that point. in my
Yeah, and these are legally restricted, so if that happens, and it could, you could come in a little bit higher, you may not be mathematically precise that year, you just carry those forward.
But if we were looking to expand the services and we knew that we were going to be buying 5 new ambulances in the next 5 years, and we were looking to budget for those, would there be any reason why we could not preempt the assessment to be able to pay for those as they
could.
come up and not, okay?
You could, it's very common to see sort of a assessment report or an EMS tax assessment report that does sort of a 5-year budget projection and then does a 5-year average rate, so that you're probably over collecting a little bit in years 1, 2, year 3, you're hitting about where you should be, and then 4 and 5, you're under collecting, but you've already built up these reserves and you're using it to buy capital.
Right.
And sort of implement whatever your 5-year plan.
Versus having to run out and bond stuff and always be behind.
Now, you can't-
is there any rules limiting the reserves? You mentioned reserves.
I mean, you need to have a reasonable reserve, and also, once you have an assessment, you do need to provide the benefit to that property within a reasonable time, so you're not gonna wanna save up money for 10 years.
Right.
And not, and wait and then spend it because that property paid 10 years ago and they want their benefit. But I think 5 years is a very reasonable time period, and I probably even stretch it longer than that. There's some dicta in, not an assessment case, but in an impact fee case that talks about 5 and 7 years, so I think
But there is a thought out there, because we have a garbage, solid waste MSBU assessment, basically. And, if that thing makes money, then the thought is it's supposed to reduce the burden on the taxpayer, with some exceptions that we have to expand. So I think there is some expectation that you should be getting the benefit very, very soon
yes.
than later.
Absolutely, and that is actually a legal requirement if you stretched it too far as well. And generally, a service assessment at least is going to fund an annual budget, so.
I think if you concentrate on building up too much reserve, I don't think that's good for the taxpayer either there's a balance there.
Yeah, and I think there's a difference also between sort of just a general reserve and a capital reserve. If you have a capital reserve because you have to buy a new fire truck in year 3, that, I think that's very, very different than just a rainy day reserve.
All right.
So the second prong of the special benefit or the special assessment test, we just talked about special benefit, and we talked a little bit about EMS tax assessments, and we can talk about those more later if you want to, is the fair and reasonable apportionment prong. There isn't as clear a bright line between benefit and no benefit here. In developing a special assessment program, you really need to ask yourself, use common sense and derive a logically and factually driven method to spread the costs among the benefited properties. That's why we just talked about call data and things like that. That clearly tells you who's demanding the service and who's using the service, and therefore where that benefit is going. There probably are other ways to do it, but for example, you probably wouldn't use linear front feet of property to apportion your fire assessment because it has nothing to do with it. So that's really what they're looking for here. It is important to note that this local body here, this governing board, your determination of special benefit and the manner of apportionment is entitled to judicial deference. So if you're challenged and you've set out your legislative findings about why you see a benefit here and why you are apportioning things in a certain manner, and there is some support there, the court is going to defer to you. They're not going to try and sit as a sixth commissioner and say that you should have done it a different way.
Would it be too simple to say that if you have a power meter going to a residence, then the apportionment should be equal and undiminished with everybody that has a power meter for a residence?
I think you generally are gonna find a more refined methodology for fire would probably be required, because you can look and, I mean, you may have one power meter for a 100,000 square foot structure and then one power meter for a 900 square
Or
foot
if you have,
structure.
or if you have a structure that has a certificate of occupancy that's in place.
You
Would
would
that be
definitely.
fair?
It's generally going to be based upon probably a size component, because there is a lot of literature and a lot of information out there that, you know, your firefighters are going to stage and deploy resources to a larger structure. They're going to be more versus a smaller structure. So you're going to look at some size component. There are some pretty tried and true assessment methodologies out there that aren't real hard to reach for,
Okay.
that should get you into the ballpark. But you're generally going to see larger structures paying more than a smaller structure, not necessarily in residential, because I think if we probably pulled your response protocol, we would probably see that your residential response is the same regardless of the size of a residential structure. So you probably would see that sort of uniform treatment you're talking about in your residential category, which
Well,
will be your
one thing that
largest.
concerns me when you keep saying response is if you're responding into the district where Commissioner Adams Act is, or even Commissioner Harvey, you've got some challenged areas that have no water supply, so they're gonna be responding tankers. You get one or two pumpers, and the rest are gonna be tankers, where if you respond to an area that's proximal, say to the city where you have adequate water supply, you may not need tankers at that point.
And there, usually it's a call is a call, and you're not looking at what complement of apparatus or people that you're sending there. And so a call to a residential structure in the area where there's no water would be counted the same as a call where in a
Okay,
residential.
that's what I was, okay, that's what I'm just trying to see if we can get this as simple as possible.
Sure.
So when we have to feed this to the public, we don't have to have this extrapolation, about, well, you live in this area, you're gonna pay more.
No.
It would be nice if we could just say a house is a house.
And that is generally how it's done. There are methodologies where calls are weighted based upon, apparatus and time in service and things like that. But that's generally between categories. And the most common categories you would see in a fire assessment are residential, commercial, institutional, industrial, warehouse, and land.
And then you taught the factually-driven methodology to develop the cost. Is part of the argument that we can use that there will be some cost savings on fire insurance over time? Is that acceptable or no?
That is a potential benefit, either stabilizing insurance costs or potentially decreasing them if ISO so
Or
agrees.
stable, okay.
And that also depends upon what you sort of want to fund. So if you are upgrading, the purpose of the assessment is to fund what you have right now, but also upgrade services and do things like that, that is a much more compelling argument at that point.
We've had some residents that have seen a double in the increase of their fire insurance. So it's, and businesses tripling and quadrupling. So I think there's a direct benefit. I don't know if we could, based on what you're saying here, if we could use that as an argument to,
It is one of the court acknowledged benefits
okay.
from a fire assessment program. So that is the fair and reasonable apportionment prong, and those, if I did a special assessment program for you, you would see several pages of legislative determinations, and that is because of that judicial deference standard that is out there. And they're going to sort of uphold your findings unless they find them to be arbitrary, which is a pretty flexible standard.
So let me, real quick, not to deviate from the topic of discussion, but while we're having this conversation, one of the potential MSPUs that I would like to consider as a commissioner is a drainage MSBU countywide. Would that same language still apply to what we're talking about if we're talking about drainage and not fire
The
rating?
deference, yes. It's
Okay.
any special assessment. A stormwater special assessment would fall within that. There is case law upholding stormwater special assessments. There is also statutory authority in Chapter 403 to impose stormwater utility fees or assessments, and they really look the same. generally, especially when you're talking about operation and maintenance, which would
Okay.
be the only way you could do a county-wide stormwater assessment. If you're doing a capital stormwater assessment, it's most likely going to be focused on a geographic area that's tied to a basin and an improvement that's going in that basin.
Very good.
So collection methods, there we go. These are the most common ways of collecting special assessments once you have it in place. You have several options. Each of them have their own benefits and their own drawbacks. By far the most efficient and effective method is the uniform method, and this is authorized in Chapter 197 of Florida statutes. However, this is where it goes onto the tax bill, and it's collected by the tax collector through the tax certificate process. However, in order to use the tax bill, there are certain procedural steps that you have to make sure that you meet. And these are all outlined in 197.3632 Florida statutes, but they back up quite a ways. So in order to impose, if you wanted to impose an assessment that you would implement next year and would be on the 2022 tax bill, you actually have to adopt a resolution of intent before January 1. So sometime this fall, you would have to adopt a resolution of intent. It has to be advertised once a week for 4 consecutive weeks before you can adopt it. You have to provide notice of that and provide copies of the resolutions to Department of Revenue, the tax collector, the property appraiser, and do all that. That resolution of intent doesn't have to include rates or anything like that. It just has to say, we are intending to use the tax bill to adopt an assessment to fund this service or this facility in this area.
Okay, Heather, every year we
Yeah,
do,
in December.
okay, every year we do a uniform method of collection, and we pass it, and we say, this is what we might do in the
Yep,
future.
you're good then.
Then we're good then. I have a question
Cool.
for you. We have a lot of, somebody gave me this sheet right here about roads. In my district, there's a lot of MSBU grading roads, of roads. And we're kind of at a quagmire because it was developed many, many, many billions of years ago almost, I will say. And it was never indexed. The prices were never indexed. So we've collected the same per lot, but we've had to reduce services because of that. And it kind of sits with me bad because we promised people certain things could take place. Not would take place, but you could get drainage, you could get mowing, you could get grading. But I think there's a thought there that you're paying, you should be getting something for it. But the problem is now is how do we change those fees? Because I want to start seeing if it costs $100 for 10 people, then you just divide it by that number, and that's the number now. If it's $110 next year, you divide it by 110 by 10, and that's the number. But are we allowed, here's my question, are we allowed to put it on the tax bill as this is the new price, the old price was this is the new price based on this is the cost of doing business now?
Yeah, yes, you can certainly change, and I don't know whether those fees are embedded in an ordinance or if they're done by resolution, so you'd have to look at your local code and see how that is done, but you can change the amount of an assessment on an annual basis so long as you go through the required notice procedures, and that requires mailed notice at least 20 days before your final public hearing, and published notice at least 20 days before.
But let me clean this up then. So currently our solid waste one that we have an assessment, we do that on our trim notice that goes out. We don't send a special bill to everybody in the whole county. It's included. On our MSBU's, it's also on there as an MSBU fee. So what you're saying, regardless of what our local, we probably need to clean some of that up, I would imagine. But state statute gives us the ability to change that fee on the trim notice as we currently do with the solid waste assessment.
Yes, you can change it. It may require an ordinance change, I
got
don't
that,
know. But also, your trim notice can be used as that first-class mailed notice, provided it goes out at least 20 days before the hearing, and provided that it contains all of the language that's required in 197-3632. The standard trim notice does not contain all that language, but many property appraisers have agreed to add it. So
Okay.
that's just something to take a look
That's
at.
boilerplate, they add to everyone every year?
It is, well, the trim notice would be, yes.
No, I mean the extra language you're talking about.
Oh, it could be boilerplate language. It's statutory language that says, if you don't pay your assessments, you'll lose your property and stuff like that, and it's required to be in there.
I got a few questions of mine.
Go right ahead.
I'm gonna, so, just for clarification then, is it possible to have a countywide grading MSBU?
Probably not.
Okay, because you have people that live on paved roads and it wouldn't be a benefit that much, but, all right. So when you're looking at the methods of apportionment, and you look at, one of the examples you gave is linear foot of property. If you were talking about a drainage MSBU or a stormwater MSBU, would that be on a square foot basis? What have you seen, what would be your
The
recommendation?
most common for a stormwater assessment is impervious area. And you would generally, as in
Impervious.
fire, you would see one charge for residential generally. But for non-residential, it would be based upon the amount of hard surface on that piece of property.
Okay,
And that is the most common. There are more complicated ones where they get
what do
into
you
soil
do with-
type.
in our case, we have a lot of agricultural land that drains into public easements. And this is 100% impervious property.
So it's all improved?
Oh.
Or it's pervious?
It's all pervious,
Yeah,
I'm sorry, all
so
pervious.
in an impervious area methodology, anything that's not improved and has not had its surface altered is not going to be charged. Additionally, there is a statutory exemption for certain ag properties that meet best management practices. They would be exempt anyway.
So if you have agricultural property that's not being farmed, that's just been sitting stagnant, because we have a large portion of our county is agricultural, you're saying that they would be exempt from any kind of,
Potentially, there's a statutory exemption if they have certain permits from the state or they are following best management practice. There's a whole list of pretty complicated ways they can be exempted from paying
Okay.
a stormwater assessment.
can you give an example of a rural county that has this type of MSBU in place?
Chairman, are we
Stormwater.
talking all MSBUs and possible different, I thought we were talking about fire and EMS today. I didn't realize we were talking about all different concepts of drainage and utility, MSBUs and whatever else that we could dream up to raise the taxes on our citizens with. I thought today we were talking
We
about
are, but
a MSBU discussion on fire and EMS
I'm
services.
trying to get as much of an education as possible, so I can better
Bay
serve my
County
public.
has a stormwater assessment.
Who?
Bay County.
Okay.
I think Alachua County has one, Sarasota County. You see them a lot in more urbanized counties that have national MPDES permit requirements associated with them. And counties, as they get into that urbanizing framework, you'll see them starting to be implemented.
Do you happen to know, if you could pick a county that's close to ours, what the average assessment on a
I
household might be?
don't,
No?
I do not know.
okay,
be-
go right ahead. Thank you.
Citrus County right now is going through the stormwater assessment process, so, and there's, I want to say it's like $55 or something per ESU, so each
What is
house would
ESU?
be an equivalent stormwater unit, so each dwelling would be an ESU, and then it would be that, if your ESU was 3,000 square feet, and you had a 6,000 square foot of impervious area on a non-residential parcel, they would pay twice that. So Citrus is one that they're doing that right now.
Okay, awesome.
Thank you.
All right, so the typical procedures for doing a special assessment project. You define your benefit or your service area for fire and EMS. That may be countywide. It may be unincorporated area only. It may be unincorporated area plus a couple of the cities. Keep in mind, if you are going to have any incorporated areas included, they do have to consent by ordinance to be included in that assessment.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
They have to consent, the city council or city commission, whatever they are, would have to consent by ordinance to being included in that assessment
Well,
program.
that's where I was going to ask you a question, because in our MSTU fire tax that we currently have, a few years back, the county found the need to raise that from 0.76 to 1.1. And there was a municipality in our county that felt like it was going to put them real close to the 10 mil cap. And so what we did on the county level would affect them on a municipality level, and they couldn't go over their 10 mils. So they just opted out. They weren't given the opportunity to stay at 0.76. It was all or nothing.
It is, because there's a uniformity requirement.
Right.
What requirement?
There's a uniformity requirement when you're dealing with taxes. That would not, a special assessment wouldn't impact their
So-
10 mil cap.
So my question to you is this: Section 125 demands that we provide certain services, and one's fire to the residents of the county. But if the municipalities don't join us on this, let's say that we did go to an MSBU, and I'm not saying we are, I'm just saying, let's just paint that scenario, because we already know they opted out on the TU. What's our liability versus their liability? Do we still provide fire service to the municipality? Because how do you balance, or are they now responsible for the fire service inside their own municipality?
Well, if they are not, they don't have to participate in county fire services. They can certainly provide their own. They can consent to being a part of an MSBU, and therefore the county would levy assessments within the city, just as you would in the county, and it'd be the same rates. Or you could enter into an interlocal agreement with them where you provided services by contract and they paid you for those services.
But they would still have the option to opt out if they wanted to.
Absolutely.
So that's not gonna change.
See,
They
but
do.
then that puts the onus on us, because we're not going to respond to a fire inside a municipality.
I'm not trying to have
Yeah,
a
right.
debate with you, I'm just saying that that's not gonna change.
I know.
My main thing that I'd like to know today, and I think that it's coming maybe in the MSTU discussion, is this was supposed to be heralded as a discussion today on, we have an MSTU fire tax now, and there was some consideration to go to MSBU because there were supposed to be additional benefits, and nobody can tell me what those additional benefits are of a BU versus what we have now at TU. And today's the first I've heard of now that we're talking about doing a special assessment on fire tax. This is the first I've heard of that. So anyhow, that's kind of what the discussion was supposed to be framed around, I thought, today, was the difference between the two. And so if they can opt out of a TU and they can opt out of a BU, then that's not gonna fix that problem. If the same people
I
are
don't think
gonna-
they can opt out, though.
I'm not done, sir.
I
They did opt out, and she just said they
Not of the
could
BU,
opt
of
out.
the BU, I don't think they
She
can.
just said they could.
Let Heather explain
Somebody
that.
has a statutory responsibility to provide life safety.
Okay, Heather, will you respond?
May I finish, sir? I
Yes,
think I
you
had the
do.
floor before he decided to interrupt me. So I guess my biggest question would be is, would that fix any of the problems that we have with the current TU if we move to a BU? I know the assessments, you can assess certain people and they don't have an option. But like we don't assess the city
Right.
for landfill, correct? We don't. But we assess them for the landfill side, but we don't for the pickup side.
We don't,
Because
because
we
they
don't
charge
pick
their
up
own.
their trash, so.
They charge their own collection.
So basically, we could set up an assessment to where everybody pays, even including in the city.
Well, that's the question to be answered.
You can assess within a city. The city would provide you with consent. An assessment doesn't impact their 10 mil cap. And if that is their reason for not being included in the MSTU, the assessment takes that issue off the table.
Okay.
because there is no cap on it.
So there would, so sticking with Commissioner Turner, we are talking MSBU fire and right now in the fire tax, so the benefit universe is fire tax. So that would be a selling point if we went to them. It doesn't affect your cap. Now, they might go, we don't want our residents involved in it. We can't control that then at that point.
No, I mean, your option then is to say, well, then we need to enter into an interlocal agreement and you can pay for fire services out of your general fund to the county.
Yeah. And I'm sorry that we went down rabbit holes.
That's
I
okay.
know it's a kind of, I enjoyed the conversation, but we are talking fire today at this point, so.
Yeah, and some of the other benefits of an MSBU versus an MSTU, Commissioner Turner, are all of the exemptions from ad valorem apply to an MSTU. So you could have a large percentage of your properties that are using the services, but they aren't paying anything because they may be completely homesteaded exempt or other things may take them off the tax roll. And so with an MSBU, those exemptions don't apply, and so you broaden your base, and so everyone is contributing a little bit to the provision of those services. And that is one of the main, it is I heard one, I think he was a city commissioner, not a county commissioner, but he, after having this discussion, he said, you know, if we were gonna wipe the slate clean and define, and set up from, you know, day one, get a clean piece of paper and map out how we wanted a funding source for fire to look like, it's gonna look a lot more like an assessment than a tax. Because, you know, you could have with a property tax, you've got these large valued properties that are paying a lot of it. They may not demand as much service. So if we're trying to look at it from an equitable lens, an assessment is generally gonna win on those. Now, a tax is it's a lot easier. You guys go through your term process every year anyway. You don't have all these procedural hoops to jump through. So there are benefits to doing an MSTU as well, as far as ease of implementation and things like that. So, you know, it just depends on what you're looking for. But there are some distinct advantages to an MSBU over an MSTU.
Mr. Turner, do you yield the floor?
I'm good for now, sir, thank you.
Mr. Adams, you have the floor.
So, and not to bring up the EMS thing, but I'm going to anyhow. From the EMS thing that you brought up, that would apply the same way? That would be more equitable?
For the EMS, you
The
said?
assessment that you had mentioned?
Yeah, that looks a lot like a special assessment. It's
Okay.
not done on property value. And another thing with EMS, do you guys provide EMS countywide?
We do.
And the cities don't do that? So city consent wouldn't necessarily be required for an EMS assessment then. They don't have the ability to provide EMS. You get way back to Florida Constitution and county ordinances. A city can opt out of a county ordinance, but they have to have a municipal purpose to do so. And so if there was, for example, you'll look at, in Levy County, they have an EMS tax assessment that is done countywide, and there is not municipal consent required for that.
Thank you.
Any idea what that costs?
Mr.
The
Rawls, you have the
the EMS tax assessment,
In Levy
what their
County?
rate is, I think their rate for residential,
We can get that, Heather. We
I
can,
think it's about 120
yeah, we
A
can-
year?
a year.
Okay, $10 a month, okay. So, you know, I'm here to learn as much as I can. An MSBU is an MSBU is an MSBU when you break it down to the basics. So, you know, I've been waiting for this day for 2.5 years. It finally came.
You should have called me earlier.
It wasn't up to me. I'm only one of 5. So I think that we're at a juncture, you know, in a place in our history in Putnam County where we're going to be hitting a brick wall real soon if something doesn't give. And right now, we're at 9.5 mils on our tax rate. We can't go north from there. It's not going to do any good. We're not able to grow rapidly enough to continue to, we're not providing the basic services as it is now. And if we have to be in a position to start cutting what we're not providing, makes it even worse. So at one point last year, we were having a discussion about having to bring ambulances from out of county to support our ambulance service. And, you know, so we've had some pretty bad times here recently, but I think that the answer is a more equitable way of funding this from an assessment perspective versus a taxing perspective, and then getting everybody to chip in a little bit instead of a lot of people chipping in a lot and a lot of people not chipping in at all, so.
Yeah, and those services, I mean, they're the most important services you're probably going to
Well,
provide,
we're
right?
required to provide them by law as well.
And they're not getting any cheaper. So you got $500,000 for a fire truck, and I don't know how much an ambulance is nowadays, but they're.
We're looking down the barrel of a $15 an hour minimum wage from everything, so that's a whole different conversation, but it's going to make this even worse.
Yeah.
All right.
So, I mean, these are your typical procedures. You
Heather, Mr.
define.
Adamczak has a
Yeah.
comment.
So is it, and I just wanted, because in my head, I vision, and we've talked about it, if the only way we would do an MSPU as a commission is if we lowered our ad valorem to balance that out. Is that what you see normally happen in other communities? When I look at it historically, like I try to look at other counties that did them, it looks like they do that. Like some of the counties have like a 6 ad valorem, their rate's 6, right? 6 mils instead of our 9.5, but they also have 3 or 4 MSBUs. So the norm is to shift that money out of the general fund and out of your taxation.
Yeah, and these become legally restricted. You have to use them for this specific purpose.
Yep.
So there's that extra layer of accountability as well. But you could use it, you could offset your millage rate with whatever you raise through the assessments. That, an important thing to keep in mind, though, that's at the macro level, not the micro level. So it's going to be, if we're raising $1 million through the assessment, our budget can come down that much, but it's not necessarily a 1-for-1 for each
Right.
property owner. And it never could be because,
Right, different assessments. different-
exactly, and
No,
different
I
property
understand.
values and all of that.
Some
Thank
people aren't
you.
paying anything now, so.
Exactly.
Continue on.
Okay, your typical procedures, you define your benefit or your service area. What you're asking yourself there is who should pay for the services or the facilities. With fire and EMS, obviously, we know your service area, it's who you're providing service to. So you're going to either have a county-wide or an unincorporated-wide assessment program for those. Then you develop your apportionment methodology. We already talked about that a little bit. That generally you're looking at call data and you're looking at the property characteristics that are on your property appraiser's roll in terms of square footage and the number of dwelling units. And you're doing all that wonderful math and you're calculating your rates. Then you adopt a procedural ordinance unless you already have one on the books, and I don't know if you do, but that's easy to figure out. You then typically would adopt an initial assessment resolution, and that resolution is the document where I told you would have all those legislative findings. It's also going to sort of outline what the apportionment methodology is, what the assessable budget that you're able to fund is, and what the maximum rates are.
Heather, I have a question. And I think I know the answer, but the think is always a problem in this business. So I defer to you. I've heard and I understand that some people who adopt these MSBUs carve out certain classes or classifications of, say, churches, for example, or
Here's my question.
something in that nature. But I don't know how I feel about that, only because there's a potential for a benefit. If I'm in the church, I sure want them to come to my church and put the fire out. So I don't see that as a tax on a church, and I don't mean, but it could be a nonprofit, it could be anything. So I don't want to single that part out, but how does the courts look at that when there are taxing divisions out there that are carving those out?
So we all know that there's a nonprofit exemption from ad valorem in Florida statutes, and there are a bunch of other ones as well that you can page through the statutes and find. But the Florida Supreme Court has said those exemptions don't apply to special assessment programs, but the Board of County Commissioners has the authority to enact a local exemption if you wanted to. They're not mandatory. That said, when I look at exemptions, instead of looking at them in total as one category, I generally advise you to take a look at government and then non-government separately first. For government property, there's a whole other host of legal issues. You're not going to be able to collect an assessment from the state of Florida on their property, from the federal government on the
Water
post
management
office. Exactly. So those government needs to just be looked
Big
at
check.
separately and handled separately, because there are Well, the case law is still a little bit gray on whether you can require that. To me, it's definitely trending towards no, you could not, unless you have specific legislative authorization to do that from the Florida legislature. So government, you just need to forget about that. Any charges that would be imposed on government property would be included in the mix when you come up with those rates, but that then becomes a general law or a general fund contribution on behalf of government property. Now, when you're talking about non-government property, you will see very common exemptions. The one you talked about, it's not generally just churches because you would have a constitutional issue there, aiding religion, but it's generally a broader category of institutional property that is also wholly exempt from ad valorem taxation. And so to use a piece of church property as an example, an institutional building would be the church sanctuary. If there is also a daycare on that property, that is a commercial. That is not institutional. So that actual building would be charged as opposed to the sanctuary. So it's a little bit more of a building by building analysis. But those are exemptions that you can craft locally if you wanted to, and then you would then have to fund those out of the general fund because we cannot, under that fair and reasonable
So-
apportionment, increase everyone else's assessment to pay for other properties. We can't do that. And so
So there is a drain on the general fund.
there is, or you could, a lot of places keep a MSTU in place to fund exemptions, but it's at a much lower level. That's another option. That's what Marion County does, for example.
They have two. a
They have an
BU.
MSTU that funds exemptions and certain other, there may be other costs in there as well. But then they have an MSBU that funds the vast majority of their fire budget.
Okay, well, thank you.
So the easiest way to do that is to see what institutional things are exempt from ad valorem and just kind of cut and paste that to the MSBU.
Yeah, and you'll, if you guys wanted to go down this route, I would advise you to hire a consultant who's going to come in and do all this work for you and also would be able to be your expert if you ever got challenged on it. And they will go through that property tax roll and tell you exactly what they see and what would be exempt if you enacted that sort of standard institutional wholly tax exempt.
Thanks.
Another thing, there is a state required exemption from fire assessments for ag land and non-residential buildings on ag land that are below $10,000 in value or are a pole barn. So that all that gets baked in as well.
I don't think that's a big deal. Well, I was thinking like you got Epicure, Bread of Life, those groups provide a function. They provide meals to citizens or food to citizens, and it would be an extra burden on them, obviously, because they're 100% dependent on donations. So, but I understand if we were to use the services of a consultant, they would be able to weed through that. And
I don't know that either one of them actually own their facilities.
well, Epicure is trying to buy their facility right now, and then you have other ones, United Way and stuff like that. Not Betty Griffin House, Lee Conley
Life's
House.
owned by the city, I believe, so.
Yeah, Lee Conley House, they own theirs. But
But the problem is, if I may interrupt,
good.
the problem is you're coming up with a defined area and a pot of people or businesses, and now you're starting to throw them out. And as Commissioner Turner has been very concerned about, now I don't want to put words in your mouth, but if the general fund is now having to put that money in to subsidize those taking of out, then what's the benefit? Where are we at? Are we back at where we started from, or we?
Generally, the amount of exemptions is very small in terms of the total budget.
And the city of Plaquemine cut theirs in half for churches. So-
And you can also do that. Sometimes, most programs provide some sort of relief for that nonprofit category, but it doesn't have to be 100%. It could be, they pay 25% and we fund the rest. I mean, the whole reason for doing that is that they're providing services to the community that the government might otherwise have to provide.
Right.
I mean, that's the fundamental policy reason to justify even the ad valorem exemptions that are that are provided at the state level.
I'm going to look at Marion County, because that has interest to me right there, because then that means still everybody's in the pot at that point to some extent.
Yes, not if they're funding exemptions through a millage, but if you're wholly tax exempt, you're not paying that millage either,
Really?
but, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that actually puts the
Puts it on us.
small percentage on the hook for all of the not-for-profits. So it kind of doubles down what we're doing already.
There are some cities that don't provide any exemptions, but I would, if I had to make a guess, I would say 98 to 99% of the special assessment programs for fire in the state do.
All right.
And they may start out not doing it, but then after the notices go out, which is your next step here, and you have your public hearing, they all change their mind and decide it's a good idea.
Wonder why.
Because there is, the notice, you guys know, it's an extraordinary amount of notice, and if your trim is compliant, you can use the trim notice, but otherwise you're sending a first-class mailed notice to everyone, inviting them to your public hearing. So you get a lot of
When
attention.
you said that if the trim is
Compliant,
what,
it has to contain the 197 language, and it
we
very well
compliant?
may, I'm not
And
saying.
it has to be within 20 days too, right?
Yes, and it has to be provided 20 days before your public
Yeah,
hearing.
So it would have to be separate, because you'd have to schedule it to be 20 days from the trim. That's almost impossible.
It has to be at least 20 days.
No,
So if
the-
your trim goes out,
Can be combined.
if your trim goes out, say,
August.
August 18th, you have to have your public hearing before September 15th, so you do have a couple weeks where you could hold that hearing.
'Cause
The
God
main
forbid-
reason, the main thing is to make sure that the language is on there. And if not, if they'll put like a generic insert in there that contains that language so that everyone is getting everything that 197 requires.
in the trim notice?
Yep.
Okay.
And then finally, you adopt your final rates. As I said, that has to be done by September 15th each year, so you can certify that roll to the tax collector for collection. And then the assessments are collected by the tax collector through their normal process. They get a 4% discount. November staggers down, full payment in April. They don't pay, they get a tax certificate, and they eventually go to tax deed. So it's exactly the same process at that point. Your typical critical event schedule, this is some of the dates. If you decided to go down this route, you would have a much more defined dates. It'd be day specific, but by January 1 or March 1, if you get consent for a extension, you have to do that resolution of intent. Sounds like you guys do that in December, so you're already on top of that. You'd then retain somebody to do this assessment report, all this mathematical and property analysis. You'd come up with your pro forma rates. You'd adopt an ordinance if you need to. Definitely adopt an initial assessment resolution. You would do those first class notices in your published notice to comply with state law. You'd have a final assessment resolution, your final rates, and then you certify that roll by September 15th.
You said first-class notices, but if it goes out in the trim notices, that counts, or is that correct?
If trim is compliant, it would count, yes.
So hypothetically, if we decide to go down this road, would the trim notices this year need to have that language? So next year, we would be compliant? No.
It would be your trim notice next year after you've already determined how much you want to charge, or you think you want to charge in that initial assessment resolution, then you would put it on trim, and it would say, this is exactly, property owner, you have one dwelling unit. The charge per dwelling unit that you are going to be required to pay is, $50. And this is the date of our public hearing to come tell us what you think about this charge.
Okay.
So I put a couple of slides in here about MSTUs. I think you guys know what this is. It's not a special district. It's a levy by a county within your limits fixed for municipal purposes, so your second 10 mills. Because unlike a city, you guys have two 10 mills available to you without referendum. You can include municipal areas with the municipality's consent by ordinance. And the reason that's important is with an MSTU, as opposed to an MSBU that has a special assessment, MSTU millage takes away at a city's 10 mills, and they only have one. But there is no cap associated with special assessments, so that sort of consideration kind of evaporates at that point.
Yeah, just to make sure I understand, with a TU, it is included in the municipality's
That's
10-point max, but in a BU, it's not.
That is
or
correct.
in an assessment.
That is correct.
Thank you.
And you did say
But you have
they
two.
only have one, we have two.
You have 2 pots of 10 mills available to you, if you wanted to do an MSTU. And if you have fire millage out there and an MSTU, you are tapping into that second pot already.
Yeah.
Okay, but
We're-
but municipality only has one.
They just get one, yep.
Why is that? Do you know?
It's what the Constitution prescribes. It's because the policy reason for that is that, the county, your 10 mills already go countywide to fund general county purposes. If there are unincorporated areas that are demanding more municipal level services, you can do a second 10 mills to sort of provide those services. Because an MSTU, unlike your general county millage that has to be countywide and at a uniform rate countywide, an MSTU does not have to be countywide. You could have an MSTU that's just layered on one segment of your county and just impose a tax there to fund a service or facility that's demanded there.
Like a drainage district. Okay. But you can also have, like the city of Placa, they have a fire assessment that's not attached to their millage.
Do they collect on the utility bill?
No, they have a fire assessment.
It's on the tax bill? Okay, yeah, assessments are outside of millage.
Right. And theirs is quite high, to be honest with you, but they have to, they ran out of money once upon a time and we're up against a brick wall.
The city of Palatka has its own fire services?
Yes, they do.
Okay. But you all provide EMS?
Correct.
Okay. That's pretty typical. So MSTUs, they're created by ordinance, just like an assessment program. You don't have the deadlines in 197 to worry about, but you do have deadlines in Chapter 200 to worry about. If you're going to collect millage in an MSTU, a newly created one, I'm not talking about your existing one, but if you're going to create a new one, it has to be done either by January 1 or July 1, depending on the geographic area of it. Municipal consent is required, as we just said, and then millage is done just through your trim process. So the procedures for an MSTU are much more simple than with an MSBU and a special assessment. So with that, I'm at the end. If you have any questions or additional questions. Now you guys are going to be quiet?
I'm sure they're thinking of them.
I've been looking at
Rawls?
this for
Yeah.
a long time, and from an equity perspective, it's really disingenuous for us to tell the public that a certain classification of folks have to pay taxes, and another classification of folks don't have to pay. And I, at a Republican Executive Committee meeting about a month and a half, 2 months ago, I was asked by a constituent, what do we do about the people on fixed incomes? And this is a problem that's going to be with us in perpetuity. If you retired 20 years ago and you don't have a cost of living adjustment, you're already behind the times. And I understand it doesn't get better, it gets worse and worse and worse for you, especially in light of the current economy. But we can't look at the majority of our populace and tell them that they're responsible for somebody else's fire rescue, policing. Everybody wants trash collection, so they pay for that. A few people complain about it. For the most part, they just pay it. And in my estimation, police, fire rescue, and trash collection is something that we have to provide. It's not only a public service, but it's also public safety, and we're required to provide public safety at a minimal level. And when you start getting into long response times for EMS or fire, or you have 2 or 3 fires break out in Putnam County, it really shows our weaknesses when that happens, and it happens every now and then.
And there are definite issues with affordability sometimes, and there are ways to handle that too at the local level, but it does, again, require sort of a general fund contribution to fund hardships. So you could set up a program where anyone who is below the national poverty levels or the, the local SHIP established levels, that you could offer some accommodation to them. So that is commonly done as well. And there's usually not that many that qualify or go through the application process.
Right now, your national poverty is about $10 an hour, if you look at it on a minimum wage rate. When we go the minimum wage to $15 an hour, that's going to set your new poverty level. I think we're going to expand the number of people in poverty by doing this. Is there any discussion right now on what's going to happen, whether it's an MST or MSBU for these counties that are taxing their folks like this, how they're looking to handle that on a national level? Because if the answer is the government's going to help ease the burden for the folks that fall in that poverty group, we're fixing to increase that.
And that is a county by county, city by city determination. You do not have to do a sort of hardship assistance program. Some do. Like Wakulla, for example, they have fire and solid waste, and they have hardship programs for each, but there are literally just a handful of people that qualify each year.
Okay.
And they're the truly needy. And it's limited to residential homesteaded property. And so you're really just trying to keep people in their homes.
Yeah.
Are you done? Okay, Mr. Turner? You have the
Yes,
floor.
Heather, I'd like to be the first to tell you I appreciate you coming here today, and
Thank
I'd
you.
also like to be the first to apologize that you kind of got wrapped up in the debate over this issue, whether we're going to do it at all. But I do appreciate your answers, because it did open my eyes to a lot of different options that we have here today. I would like to say that while some people think it's inequitable that lower income people don't have to pay certain assessments or whatever, this commissioner thinks that lower income people can't hardly stay in their house now, and if we put another assessment on them, we'll be kicking them out on the street. So there's two ways to look at that. I think the biggest thing is whether or not the city, discussion should come down to whether or not the city, if we put something in place that the city residents can't opt out of fire services unless they perform their own fire services, that would be the difference. But as far as making lower income people pay more money, and because they get a homestead exemption right now, you're not gonna get me to vote for that. I'm just not gonna do it. I believe in older people that retired 20 years ago, like the deal that you said a minute ago, that older people that retire, that live long enough that they're in a squeeze now over their retirement earnings, that we should not kick them out on the street over trying to raise more money for taxes. And I understand that it's not a tax, it's an assessment, but it's a tax. That's semantics. If you pay the government more money, in this commissioner's book, that's tax.
The lawyer in me disagrees, but I know what you're saying.
I understand. I understand completely. And, but as a resident and a citizen, if you pay them more money, it's not, I understand what you're saying, I really do.
It walks like a
but
duck and quacks like a duck.
But it is more
I
money.
get it.
And you're paying more money to the government, so the person on the street is gonna look at it like that, just like you said earlier, they're gonna
Yep.
look at it like that. Like I said, I apologize for you being caught up in the debate here. Because I think that's where it goes from here, is we just need to define what we're actually trying to accomplish, narrow the discussion to what we're trying to accomplish, and do we go that route or not, instead of just talking overall theoretics of all the taxes in the country. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Adams, that.
I really thank you for coming here. Your presentation makes me even more supportive of doing an MSBU, and I'm very glad that you brought up this EMS thing as well, because I think that has a lot of potential as well for our county. So I appreciate everything we're saying, and I'll say this: when I get a call from a constituent, I usually ask them if they don't like the solutions we're presenting here, to give us an alternate solution. I'd ask the same of Mr. Turner. If you don't think these solutions fit, then we definitely need an alternate solution to meet our problem. So I haven't heard it yet,
Live
so,
within your means.
yeah, well,
That's your
I don't think that's
principal
possible to
solution.
meet the needs of the
It is
community.
possible. They've done it before.
Okay.
But that's what I'll say to that, and I very much thank you for this, and I think gives us a lot of direction and ideas and thoughts.
One thing on the EMS, if that is something that you think you may want to leave on the table to look at for next year, you need to take a look at your resolution of intent that you adopt in December, because it does need to, most of them would not call out those services, because it's not generally one that you assess for, but with that statute, you can. And so you need to work that language in there and that statutory reference.
Before January.
Mr. Rawls, you have the floor.
How many counties have retirees that get removed from their homes? Have you ever had, when you're talking about the hardships and how they deal with it, have you ever heard of situations where current taxpayers are losing
I
their
have
houses?
not heard of any.
Okay. And
But that doesn't mean that it doesn't happen. It just, I don't know of any.
okay. And then, what % of counties use assessments versus MSTUs, would you say?
I don't know. A lot use assessments, especially for the ones that are eligible for assessment, the fire, the stormwater, the solid waste, which you all are already doing. Some local roads as opposed to collectors or arterials, which wouldn't be amenable to an assessment funding. There's a lot of them out there, in a lot of cities as well.
So would it be fair to say that it's more the norm than not?
Jeff, I can get that from the Association of Counties, and I'm sure we can get it probably from League of Cities. They do spreadsheets all the time for these
Yeah,
things.
I'm sure, but it's very common.
Thank you. I really appreciate you allowing us to ask questions and answer them. It's
Yeah, absolutely.
very enlightening. Thank you very much for your time.
You're very welcome.
Mr. Pickens, you have the floor.
Yeah, just one last question, and I think Paul alluded to this. In your experience with counties implementing the MSBU, did the ad valorem go down on the majority of them?
I mean,
Maybe enough to
generally,
offset what the costs were for the average resident, I guess?
I mean, that's generally a local decision. I mean, it may go down or it may just not go up, depending on what their budget outlook is and what they're wanting to add to the services, either in fire or in other areas. With an MSTU, since those are legally restricted, I would expect to see some offset unless you guys were really expanding what you're doing and budgeting for that increased level of service.
And thank you for the presentation, very informative, and thank you for driving all the way from Tallahassee, I guess, this morning.
Yeah,
So,
you're welcome.
Joe Knowles?
Well, Heather, thank you for always being there when I've called you. I've always-
Absolutely.
And I
If
even
you-
came to your
Anyone has
office.
any questions, you can call me. I'm fine with that.
I even came to your office one day and was concerned about something, so if you remember that years ago. I want to go back to the benefit unit, just real quickly. Because again, philosophically, my concern is that if we make certain promises to people, they should expect certain benefits for those promises. So I'll go back to my dirt road thing for just a moment. I have a philosophical problem that on the rate, for example, when we say, well, we got to cut services to make this money stretch, when we said we're going to be able to do X, Y, and Z, or possibility of doing that. I think if this commission goes forward on any type of thing, I think we need to define the benefit very strictly, and we need to provide that benefit very uniformly. I don't think it needs to be, well, we're going to have to cut back here, because I almost look at it as a cost of doing business, and this is the number, and it's easily divided by this. Now, I know there's methodology, I get all that, but I don't like the idea of us promising and not delivering. I think that's illegal. Maybe that's a bad word to use, but I think it sets a bad precedence when we start cutting back.
And most assessments are looked at, I mean, they're not revised and you're not going through that whole study process every year, but generally you look at it and what is our budget for next year and what does this assessment need to be sized at to fund that budget so that we can provide these services.
Yeah, and I like the idea where you said it's a net, because especially with the EMS, and I'm not saying we're gonna go there, I'm just saying, I didn't know about that, number one. Number two, it does make sense that it's the net that you divide that number out, not the gross. So I like that. I think that's got potential there, but I'm not saying that I'm for that. I'm just saying, I didn't even know that existed until you walked in today.
Yeah, we would, your assessable budget is always less than what your gross is, because you generally do, in fire, not as much as EMS, obviously, but you might have inspection fees and some grants that you get routinely, so you might have some offsets on fire. But generally, with EMS, you would definitely, because you've got all those transport fees, and we all know that they don't cover everything, because then you've got caps on them and everything like that, but there is at least generally a sizable revenue stream to acknowledge in that budget.
Well, again, thank you for coming. Mr. Adamczyk, you have a
Yeah, I do want to say, based on what she said there, I mean, the expectation would be if we did go forward with either of these, that I would hope that, and I know we would, but that our emergency services would continue to pursue all grants and all other monies to offset this for the community as possible. And I think we have complete onboardness with our staff that would do that. But, you know, just fiduciary responsibility, I think we'd have that expectation. We never want to get soft and go, hey, we got the money, we know we're going to get it, we know we can adjust it. And I have no expectation that would ever happen with the guys in place now, but for the future, obviously, we'd have to keep that in mind as well.
Mr. Turner.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I believe that part of this conversation has absolutely got to be is who we're gonna impact the most with an additional amount of money. We've been fighting for years now, and we're still working on it to try to reduce our solid waste assessment any and every way we can, because even a few dollar impact is a big deal for some households in this community. And for us to add another assessment to it, or an MSBU, and it's easy to sit up here and say that we want everybody to pay their fair share, but I'm sorry, you can raise mine a little more because I can afford it, but I'd just soon not kick some little old lady out of her house that's living on Social Security because she can't afford that extra $120 or $10 a month. I'm not gonna vote for that. So I understand we need to expand revenues, I really do, and I get it, but we've got to be careful when we're doing this and when we're making this discussion that we're not mistreating the older and lower income generation. We just got to make sure that we don't do that. And so, yeah, it would be nice to be able to fund the $8 million increases that the fire committee recommended. It would be nice to do that, but in all reality, if you think about it, if we take it over a period of time, we're going to get there. This year, they had capital increases this year. They're gonna have capital increases next year. It's not like we're cutting them completely out of the mix, so it just slows it down some. It does, instead of doing it all at one time. Well, that's what government has to do in a lot of situations. They have to methodically have a plan and move forward and get these services done. Director Grimes has been doing an outstanding job this year by looking at the ISO requirements and by doing things and moving in that direction. We're getting there. Yeah, we get there faster with a special assessment on fire, but if we kick 10 people out of their homes over a special assessment for fire, I'm sorry, I can't go there. You can't make me get there, because there has to be some compassion in this decision too. There's got to be some. It's not just about raising more money where we can buy more fire trucks. That's not what this decision has to be based on. It has to be based on the compassion of the people that can't afford the additional dollars if we take away their homestead exemptions from the tax process or from the figuring out. So, Mr. Chairman, I'll get off my soapbox for a minute and
Well, I'm sure Heather was saying, is there a question involved in that?
Yes, sir, I'm sure she was, but
That's okay,
I was,
Mr. Turner.
I was trying to let her get done before we started our soapbox debate, but
You're fine.
got
You're fine.
started.
You're fine. You're fine. Mr.
Commissioner
Wells,
Turner, you would, I mean, there are, like I said, there's hardship programs, and you can see those peppered throughout a lot of special assessment programs around the state to deal with those exact policy concerns that you have.
and our consultant, we went down that road, would identify those for us.
Yeah, I mean, typically, I mean, I've drafted them you can use federal poverty, you can use your local SHIP, which is those HUD limitations, which are staggered by family size. You know, you have moderate income down to extremely low income, all these different levels you could pick from to size it to your community needs and to the budget discretion that you would have, because the county would have to fund those.
Mr. Rawls, you have the floor.
Yeah, so I think historically, people don't get kicked out of their houses. You mentioned the hardship programs, and when you take a look at poverty, you've got different levels of poverty as well. When you look at your AMI at 40%, it looks really grim. You look at it 60%, it looks better. You look at it 80%, and it almost looks normal. But you also have to consider the people that are at 100% AMI and what the impact is on them. If somebody comes into Putnam County right now and buys a new house, they're going to get full boat on their taxes. And yet you've got folks that moved in here in the 1980s that bought a house, and because of the homestead protection, they're nowhere near market rate on their house. So I think there has to be equity on both sides. And I agree with Commissioner Turner. My heart bleeds for anybody that's in a position where they absolutely have to make a decision whether they're going to buy groceries or medicine. This is part of what living in America is like right now, because of the systems that we set up. Social Security was never meant to be a retirement for anybody, but it's become people's retirement. And then you don't get congressional increases for cost of living adjustments, or, same thing with the state of Florida. I gave an example this morning when I was at Rotary about Mr. Lightfoot, if everybody remembers him, when I first got on the pension board. I took a look at our retirees. We only had a few retirees at the time, and he was one of them. He was getting $550 a month for retirement. He retired in 1970, and we're in 1992, 1993. And you ask yourself, how does somebody retire in 70 and 20-something years later, and the economy changed completely, through the latter part of the 1970s. Remember, interest rates in the early 1980s were double digit, and yet he gets $500 a month for retirement. And that's what happens but there's nothing we can do about that. I can't sit here as a commissioner and make somebody do what's best for their future and for the future of their children and grandchildren. But we're also talking about younger generations that may or may not be moving to Putnam County, that people that want to live here are employees that work for us. And we have to make sure that we're able to look out for them in the same meaningful way as we would for folks that have moved here. In some cases, you have people that have moved here from other states, have done well in their lives, and bought lower cost homes here because it's an inexpensive place to buy and live. And somebody's got to pay for the services. We're required by law to provide public safety services. We have to fund it, and it's got to be equitable in my estimation. So thank you.
Heather, thank you again.
Thank
And we're
you.
going to take a 5-minute recess. Ready? Okay, good. Gentlemen, it's 10 minutes to noon. I know Mr. Rawls has a thing, so I would suggest we break for lunch, come back.
I got time till 12:30.
Yeah, but we're going to go into budget review after this, so I'd rather, yeah, but I don't want to, board, what do y'all feel like doing?
Let's go to lunch and do like a normal workshop. Come
Okay.
back and do our thing.
We'll be back at, how about 1:15? Is that good? All right, recess till 1:15. Thank you. To order. Whitney, you ready? Okay, good. Gentlemen, I bought everyone a Snickers bar. Will you pass that down to Mr. Roth? Mr. Pickens, since you never get upset, you only get a small piece of Snickers bar. Mr. Turner, I couldn't afford to buy as many as I needed to.
Thank you, sir. Yeah, I need a box of Snicker bars.
So Julianne will inform you when you need to take a bite. How's that sound? She'll be the one. I do want to thank y'all for coming for our MSBU presentation this morning. I think we learned a lot. It was really, really good. I do want to ask a question because I think that's where the board, from my understanding and for where we went, wanted to hear about the MSBU discussion. So now the question is, where do we go from here? A study, I think, is on the proposal at this point. So we need to determine that before we go much further in today's conversation. So I'll open the floor for discussion on that. Anybody have any discussion? Go ahead.
I was hoping that we'd have a little more opportunity to think about it some, and the only reason I'm saying that is we just got the presentation this morning. I'm still developing questions that I have versus the TU that we have now. Why don't we just raise the rate on it if we're trying to get more money, and then we could still drop the millage by the rate that we're adding to the TU? Or if we're gonna use a BU, because now we found out that the homestead exemption doesn't apply, but I'm not so sure that I don't want the homestead exemption to still apply to it. So I just kinda need, I would like to have a little more time to digest the information that we had this morning and try to maybe look at other information while we're doing it. That's just me, though.
Thank you, Mr. Turner. Mr. Adamsack?
I think if we move forward, and I think we should, that we also just move forward with looking at that EMS thing that she brought up as well, in conjunction with it. I think it would be the same person doing both assessments. We may have some, if there is some cost to savings, if they were to assess both of them for us at the same time. If it's gonna be two independent, completely independent projects, then maybe we hold off on that one. But I actually kind of like the idea of the statute with the EMS. I may even favor that over the MSBU,
Well, I think
from what I heard this morning than what I read in the statute. And I think there's a little bit more urgency, because I think at some point, not too far distance, we're gonna be out of qualification for some of the small county stuff. And even if we did that on a small basis, in reading the statute, when she answered the question, even if we just got it started, then we're grandfathered in forever. And I think that's something we would need to take into consideration for the future of the county.
Thank you, Mr. Adams. Mr. Turner?
To move forward, we're gonna have to give them direction on what to study. It's not just an overall study, because it's more of a specific study. And that specific study we're gonna have to make the decision first on what we're gonna do. Are we gonna go to an MSBU? We're gonna go to an assessment? We're gonna leave it like it is and just raise the money? I mean, there's all kind of different options here that can be done, and to tell them to go study every option, we're just wasting money. So I think this board at some point has to make a decision on where to go. I mean, there's also the option that you do a couple of different things, that you do, she was saying this morning that you couldn't do an EMS on one of them, a BU or assessment. One of them you wouldn't work for a EMS. It would only work under the other scenario. And so, but fire would work under that scenario. So I don't know if we're supposed to look at a fire assessment. I don't know how well the public's gonna take the fact that we're gonna do assessment for fire and MSBU for EMS and all those without having some idea of savings or something that's gonna go on here. Or, and like I said earlier, I understand the conversation that the MSBU spreads it out over a larger bunch of people than what the MSTU does after listening to her presentation. But I'm certainly not convinced that the people that we're gonna expand it to are people that we don't need to be expanding it to, people that make very low income and that are trying to stay in their homes and that are, you know, I just don't know that that's the people that we need to be trying to expand fire services. I know that they use fire services, but I don't, I'm trying to do this without sounding like a damn Democrat. But that's the way I honestly look at it, is that I think that if we're not careful how we move into this, if we go forward, we're gonna be harming the low-income people in Putnam County, the people that it really matters. So why wouldn't we, instead of going through all this money and all this time and all this effort, why don't we just, if we're hell-bent on raising taxes, why don't we just raise the tax we got? If that's the way that we want to do it, why wouldn't you just raise the MSTU? I understand that the BUs, they can't opt, if I'm understanding correctly, they cannot opt out on the homestead exemption if we change it to an MSBU. So, and I don't think that the cities can still opt out, according to what, if I understood what she said. So that's not gonna stop the cities from opting out of the TU like we have now. So the only change I see is that the homestead exemption wouldn't count towards how many taxes you pay. That's the only difference that I could ascertain this morning from the MSTU to the MSBU. Now, the assessment's a different ballgame. Everybody pays it across the board. It doesn't matter if you live in a mansion or live in a trailer. You get an assessment, and the assessment would be X amount of dollars, but that's an additional assessment to what it is. And I know she said that she would argue as an attorney that it's not a tax, but that's not going to be how it's looked at. It's an additional amount of money you got to pay the government. You can call it what you please, but it's still just an additional money you pay the government, which to me is a tax. And so, you know, I think that there's a lot of other questions that have to be answered here other than just say, okay, let's move forward, hire a consultant to study what?
So, I'll expound on it.
Hang on.
That's fine, I
go
want to
ahead,
hear what
sir.
Paul
Go
has to
ahead,
say.
Mr. Adams.
So I'll expand. I was just being general because I wanted to give the time that you wanted to digest it, and I didn't want to get deep into it. But I'm for us exploring the assessment for EMS, the MSBU for fire. I am definitely not for the millage, the MSTU. I wasn't before I became a commissioner. I never will be. And I'm all for lowering ad valorem taxes. So I want to explore a situation that allows all three of those and allows for us to have exemptions based on income or something that eliminates those people that are stuck in their Social Security payment, things like that, just like she said can be done. That's what got me over the hump, was when she said that can be done. We can do exclusions and things, and that kind of made me even more excited about the chances. And again, lowering ad valorem does more than just lowers ad valorem for that group. It also allows us to potentially not have quite the amount of reserves that we have today, the 18 million or 16 million, whatever it is, because we have more flexibility in an emergency situation to take care of that in that room on a temporary basis. So I think that allows us to put more money back to the community on the wholesale level by ad valorem lowering and by utilizing some of our reserves that we no longer will need, because we will have some room in ad valorem. And that's what I would like to see happen as one commissioner.
Mr. Pickens.
Yeah, I'd like a little more time to digest it, but also I think what we're looking for is an alternative or a better way to fund. And when we were talking about this, it was just the fire service, right? When we started, and we went over that, we found out you could do emergency services also. An alternative or a better way to fund that hopefully would relieve some of the burden on the ad valorem system that we have. So I think that's what we're looking for is, Jared, do you know how many different studies there are? And it would put you on the spot. If there's a study that would look at, if you went with this is what it looked like. Or do we have to put those requirements or parameters in place before they can do a study? Do you know about that?
Yeah, we're going to have to give them what we want them to study. You know, whether you want to study fire, you want to study EMS, you're going to have to go to a consultant and go, we want to look at, you know, the community under 75,000, like she spoke this morning on EMS. And I mean, how do we want to collect uniformly across fire assessment? Do you want to do X amount for, you want to put it heavy residential, heavy commercial. You got to tell them the parameters that you're comfortable with inside, and then they go out and they can pull the data, and then they can bring it back to you and say, this is what each one of these particular groups or classifications would pay. And then we would just provide them the statistical data, how many times we go to residential, how many times we go to commercial versus, and we have all that stuff. I mean, we already have that data ready to go, so whenever it's time, it's time. But you're going to tell them what you want them to study. I mean, I'm sure they will do both of them at the same time, because I think one of them goes hand in hand with the other one when you're really looking at it.
So,
What about fire and EMS?
Yes, sir. I
Okay.
think, I mean, if they're doing one study, I mean, I don't think there's a whole lot more data to pull one versus the other, because I think you're going to see the same thing if we go to probably the same percentage of residentials and house fires as we do residential and EMS, so that percentage isn't going to be off by 1 or 2%.
Okay.
Okay, I want to say something. I think we do need to look at a consultant to come in here and tell us what we want. But I do think what we need to do prior to that is when we go out for a bid or whatever, we find a contractor, whoever we find, however we do it, then this board needs to tell them what our level of risk is. Do we want poverty level? Yes. Do we want it at this level? Is it going to affect people? Because I kind of looked over some stuff earlier, and some of these poverty things don't affect a lot of people. So I think we need to know, we need to tell them what we're looking for.
Correct.
When we hire a consultant. And there's nothing binding us to go ahead and do that once we get to that. We did it in 2018. I wish we could blow the dust off of that and use that. But I by listening to Heather this morning, I think that would be detrimental for us. I don't think we could uphold that if we were challenged on it. So I think a new study, as bad as I hate to say, I think it needs to happen. But this commissioner doesn't want to go forward after we hire that person until we sit down and say, this is how we feel. This is what this commissioner says, and that,
Sure.
and we could do that individually. And then they would know the temperature of the room before they went out and did something that we're just not interested in doing. Do you see that happening?
Oh, absolutely. They're going to come in and get information from each one of you guys where your, like you said, where your temperature is.
Right.
They're going to have to collect data from you guys, because y'all are the ones that are going to ultimately make the decision.
Because I do see that the EMS thing caught me a little, raised my eyebrow today, because that's a direct reflect on the general fund.
That's correct.
And that saves money. What it does to our citizens, I don't know that answer, but it saves money. So we should see a direct correlation there to some point. But I agree with Commissioner Turner. I agree with all the commissioners up here. Nobody wants to tax people out of their house. No one wants to do that. So, and I think that's where but I do think, as today, we need to go forward and get some prices and come back to the board and have that discussion very soon about pulling the trigger and getting this moving. Mr. Adamczak, you had your light on?
I shut it off. You kind of said what I
Okay, thank you.
finished up there.
So which ones do you want us to do? Do you want us
Well, I'm
to find
fixing-
out for EMS and fire? Do you want us just to look just fire? Do you want us to look at just EMS? Which way would you like us to go?
This commissioner, okay, I happen to agree with Commissioner Adamczak right now, and I think you mentioned it too, that if you're doing one, it doesn't cost that much to parallel these. They're almost the same data. Why not go ahead and look at both of those? Because we know that there's going to be an impact to general fund on the EMS side. We
Okay.
know that. And if that can relate to lower property taxes, this commissioner's about that without hurting people. But I don't know how the others feel. That's just me.
Well, if I may.
You may, you got the floor, sir.
It's only semantics to say that it would be lower impact on property taxes if your overall bill for your taxes plus your assessments and your MSBU is higher. So it's only semantics to say that my your millage rate is gonna go down possibly. But what we're doing is we're misleading that it's not. Because if my tax bill is $100 a year right now, and we add the assessments and we add the MSBU on it and we add everything else to it, and then on top of that, my taxes go down to 90, but with the assessments and everything, it goes up to 150, then you've raised taxes. You can call it whatever you want. but the check you write the government every year is more.
Well, I think
We're
we all agree
already
with
at
that.
$300 per household on a landfill assessment. If we have another fire assessment on top of that, say it's 100, that's 400. Well, I know that $400 is not gonna prevent anybody from at this diocese from eating, but $400 is gonna prevent a lot of people in the county from being able to buy the medicine they need to take care of themselves or to eat. I'm just telling you, $400 to a lot of people is a lot of money.
Yeah, it is.
So I just think we need to be very careful. If y'all wanna move forward with a study to do the fire thing, you know, I'm for that, but y'all gonna have to do a lot of talking to get me on board with another MSBU and an assessment on top of the assessments that we already have. And in every conversation we're having talks about other assessments. You know, that's just a roundabout way of saying you're gonna pay more taxes. That's all you're saying. I mean, your total bill to the government is gonna be more.
Well, let me make this clear. That is not what I'm saying. I'm saying I want to see a direct correlation to the millage rate going down. Now, we realize on the fire that might not be possible. We were told that, point blank right here. But it does give us the same pair of pants where insurance premiums might be reduced. And that's a good thing. So we did see that. So when we talk about overall savings, we have to look at all that in conjunction. But the EMS intrigued me because it does reduce the burden on the general fund. And if we can directly correlate ad valorem to that, this commissioner is excited about that. But I'm not, that's the only way I'm excited. But I won't know that till I get a study to prove that. Mr. Adams, that.
So, yeah, and I think the study is the first step, right? We can definitely say, wow, the EMS thing doesn't look good after the study. We will never be able to make that decision without the study. So we can sit here and talk for the next, I don't know, when's my term up, 3 years? For the next 3.5 years, and we could talk about not having the study and the reasons why not, but we can't make the decision without the study. So we're kind of in a quandary if our stance is, we don't want to do the study because we don't want the information. And I get it, you want the information because we may not want to do it because the perception that the public is we're going to do all these things. We don't have to do any of it. We can do the study and do nothing. So, I mean, that's where I'm coming from. And if that study doesn't come out and say that, you know, the 85-year-old lady that lives in her house and's got 10 years left in her life or whatever to live out her time in the house that she wants to homestead in and that she wants to be in for her last days, if it shows that study shows that we can't keep her in that house, I'm a no vote. I'm right with you, Terry. But I can't say that I can ever garner the information to make that decision without this study at this point.
Mr. Turner?
This is not a new issue. They've been discussing doing this sort of thing for 20 years now. I think the first study that was done was in 2002, and the most recent study done was in 17, I believe, because it was before I was here.
It was.
And so I believe it was in 17. And, you know, it's kind of like one of them deals, you can study it off the clock if you want to, but I think that if we're gonna go there, we're gonna absolutely have to have some kind of a specific thing for them to study. I mean, and I don't know that we've come up with that yet. I just don't know that we have. That's the reason why I'd like to have a little further discussion on it. If we need to try to discuss it today and come to some kind of consensus, that's okay. But I'm not there. I'm just not there. I'm just not willing to have an overall broad discussion. We kind of had that discussion a few minutes ago, a little while ago, the overall discussion. Yeah, an assessment's available, BU's available. There's pros and cons to both of them. That's fine. If that's what we want to do is move forward and have a study on them and do that, and that's the decision of the board, that's fine to have a study. But I'm just, like I said earlier, I believe that we can learn to live within our means to some degree. And I don't think, and it's not all about just what the public thinks, it's about what I'd think if I was on that side of that dais today. And I think that we shouldn't be up here figuring out ways to call it something else but raise tax bills. That's what I think if I was on the other side of this wall. And so, you know, I'm not saying that we shouldn't study it or move forward or do whatever, but anyhow, that's where I am, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Adamsack.
So I mean, the bottom line with this study is, let's say the number is the $8 million or whatever that was proposed in the budget that we work the study towards. If we decide that living within our means, that number's $4 million, it's just a matter of adjusting the numbers of that study. So the study applies across the board, whether we do more to live within our means or we do less to live within our means. We don't have that flexibility until we have what that looks like spread across the whole of the county. And JR, I don't know, do you need a motion from us? What do we need, Terry, for to move this forward? And what level of detail do you need for us to have in that study motion?
Mr. Chairman,
I'm ready to make a motion today.
Mr. Chairman, the administration would need direction from the Board of County Commissioners as to go ahead and reaching out to a consultant to bring someone in here to do the very study for which you guys are asking for today, you know, and we can do that. And we can do that one of two ways. We can do it under just minding your threshold, the commissioner and or the chair and the administrator, or we can bring them back if it comes in anything higher than that. But we just need simple direction today as to move forward or not.
Direction or motion, what do we need?
Mr. Rawls has his light on, so if you, can you,
I'm
Mr.
apologize
Rawls, the
for,
Snickers bar is when you don't become yourself. Everybody's got one, but.
so if I act like a diva, you're gonna tell me to eat this?
Mr. Pickens only needs a little bit, but, but everybody got one, okay? So that's the joke of the day, okay? So it wasn't to suck up to you, I promise.
Oh. All right,
And Julianne will tell you when you need to take a bite, okay?
I'm getting close, just so you know.
I ordered the sandwich, I called at 11:34 and asked for the sandwich we ordered, and it just arrived a few minutes ago, but.
Go right ahead, sir. You have the floor.
So, I agree with Commissioner Turner. It really sucks to be on this side of the dais, making decisions that are going to impact people, and we know it's going to impact them in a negative way. There's no doubt about it. But at the same time, by not taking action, we're negatively impacting other people as well. And, you know, we can all sit up here and say, look, we can afford to take the hit on taxes. There's no doubt about it. But at the same time, we can't say that for everybody. And when you look at the 40% of AMI and 60% of AMI, and you look at the resources that are available to them for help, and then you look at the rest of the middle class who don't have the resources, and there are no resources available for help at that point. In some instances in America, we create these enclaves of folks that are able to go out and work and pay for their health care and pay for their child care and their mortgage and all their maintenance, and they're not afforded anything from government. And then you got the folks that aren't able to do that, and they're afforded everything by governments, and they actually have a better lifestyle in some instances and more expendable income than the other folks. So I can sit here and weigh this thing out for hours and hours and hours, and we'll come to the same conclusion. But at the end of the day, if living and working within our means is the answer, then we need to give staff a direction. But this board deliberated on, and we came up with a draft plan for a vision for Putnam County. That was our mission statement, and part of it was what we're talking about today as far as fire and EMS and being able to more fully fund it. So if we're true to our word, then we take that plan and we start putting that plan out to the staff and say, this is the direction we want to go, but then we have to start looking at funding in that direction, whether it's taking a $4 million bite now and then 3 years from now pushing it to $6 million or whatever, having that established so we know what the future looks like. And then not just the folks that work for fire and EMS, because part of the problem with our employee retention, and we've talked about this in length lately, is the employees also have to know that we have their back and that they can count on something. Mr. Troxel and I had this conversation the other day out at Providence Church Road. And, you know, if we can't give our employees something to look forward to, then there's really no reason for them to be loyal to us. So I think that the past commissions have done a good job at holding the line and holding the taxes down, but at the same time, our millage rate is higher than anybody around us. And what we're able to do is take the opportunity to fund these services with revenues from a different pot of money, sink our millage rate down which will alleviate some of the pain on the folks that are having to pay. And then share have an equitable adjustment that is shared by everybody in the community. Is it going to suck? Yes. I got a $15 an hour minimum wage imposed on me as soon as an election was over with. I'm going to deal with it. I don't want to, but I have to deal with it. And I think this conversation is the same conversation we have to have with the public.
Thank you, Mr. Rawl. Mr. Turner?
Yes. I understand that it'd be better to get there quicker. I understand it'd be better to have the best fire service in the state of Florida. I understand all that, but every year we're working towards trying to do better. I think there's quite a bit that our fire service is better now than it was a year ago. Definitely better than it was 2 years ago. Having the setup that we have right now with a director and a chief and that helps. I mean, every step that we're taking towards that direction seems to be making it better and better and better. It reminds me, trying to use one of the analogies like blowing bubbles in your milk like Jay did the other day, using that kind of analogy, it reminds me of licking the Tootsie Roll Pop, and you lick 5 times and then bite it because you want to go on and get done. Well, it's human nature that you want to get there. I get it, but by the same token, if you keep licking, you're going to get there too, and you're just not going to spend as much money. It just takes more time. So
I just love you, Turner. I really do.
So anyhow, what I'd like to see us try to have the next budget discussion, which is certainly part of this budget discussion, on the proposal that we've been approached with, and see if that doesn't help us grow at a level that's sufficient to get us at some point to the level that we need to be down the road. Not sure it will or not. I'd kind of like to have the discussion, if we're going to raise taxes, let's quit coloring the paper purple and just go ahead and raise the TU tax, unless we're trying to prevent Interlochen from getting out and Crescent City from opting out, which I think are the 2 places that opt out now, correct? So if they're opting out now, the MSBU's not going to prevent them from opting out. If I heard the lady correctly, they can still opt out. So I guess we'd have to go, instead of an MSBU, we'd have to go to the assessment route to keep the people who we are given. Does Crescent City still have a fire service?
Volunteer.
Well, no,
Just volunteer?
They have a 12-hour.
They have a 12-hour shift. 5 days, 5 days.
Are they
a
coming
week.
under our umbrella, or are they still got their own? I think Interlochen, just relies on us, don't they?
That's correct. Crescent City has a day person for 8 hours a day, Monday through Friday, 8 to 5. And then most of their day folks are a volunteer in Putnam County. So they switch over to a volunteer service at basically 5:01 in the afternoon. And then it's on us. We supply all the equipment, all the fuel, all the stuff inside for Crescent City does own 1 fire truck inside the city limits.
Okay,
But Interlochen, yes, we provide it all.
one person, they're gonna either have to call a volunteer to go help them. That one guy can't go put out, or lady or guy can't go put out the fire.
Correct. So we're running automatic aid into the city around the clock anyway.
So we're doing theirs, and they furnish a fire truck if it's available, and then we do the rest of it,
That's correct.
basically.
Yes, sir.
Okay, well, to me, that's participating at some level, but I don't know it's enough to get out. So, I'm not so sure if we're gonna go this route, that maybe we don't need to look at the assessment route, but I'd really wish y'all just give me even a week or so to start digesting some of this information we got this morning. I'd really like.
I don't have a problem. I think we should deliberate, yeah.
Mr. Adams, are you done, Mr. Turner?
Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, so
Mr. Adams?
remember, changing the mechanism by which you raise the funds does not change the amount of funds that you raise, so it is not necessarily a tax increase. That would still be part of our yearly budget process to determine if we need to raise more funds, and whether, no matter where the funds come from, if we spend more money, it's in fact a tax increase. And this county's been doing that exponentially for a decade. So that's irrelevant. So it's just a matter of where it comes from. And then our decision on how much we spend is completely in our control, regardless of the mechanism to raise the funds. So to have extra mechanisms by which to raise the funds gives us options on how to get there. That's what I'm looking for, is options how to get there. The only way we can really see how that looks is if we allow an assessment to happen with JR and see what that looks like for the MSBU, the assessment. If you need a week to digest it or whatever, I feel like there's 3 commissioners here that would go today. I really feel that way, but I'm more than willing to give you a week.
No, you don't have to give it to me. Go ahead and vote for it. I'm not going to today. But, you know, there's definitely 5
I
of us that does that.
guess the question is I would like to know if we're gonna give it a week or 2 weeks, whatever it is, what the remaining questions you have are. Cause I don't understand what the remaining questions you have are. So for me to deliberate on that, and maybe we can answer those questions, maybe JR can answer those questions, so that during that week you have the facts you
You
need.
asking me?
Yeah, I am.
Okay. Well, if I may, Mr. Chairman.
may.
since you asked
Answer.
me, I don't know that I have all the questions sitting here today, and that's my whole problem, Commissioners, that I don't know that I've thought up all the questions I need to answer. I mean, I can sit here and debate with myself over different things. There's assessments, okay? Well, everybody pays an assessment, doesn't matter who it is. But with no concern whatsoever, I don't even think that, that there's low income, the lowest income household in Putnam County, if I'm not mistaken, unless they apply for some kind of a break or something, pays the current garbage trash assessment or the landfill assessment.
Yes.
So that means that if we put another assessment on there for fire, it goes from, we're beating our heads against the wall every year trying to drop the assessment to stop impacting the taxpayers and letting the money that's made off that go back to the owners, which are the taxpayers. And so now we're gonna add another assessment, 50, 100, I don't know what the dollar amount would be, but $100 a year. So we're gonna have another assessment on top of that. Well, so then you take somebody, you know, I looked up a deal the other day and there was something on there that somebody uses their homeowner and takes off the fire tax now. And so they only paid on the amount of money that was up and above their assessments. And I think it was an older lady, so she had a senior citizens assessment and what have you. So I believe she lived in a $70,000, $80,000 house, and I believe her total payment to the fire tax at the current time was $21 or something for the year. So if you take somebody that lives on Social Security and retirement, which there's a lot of them in the county that own a home, and you take and you jack their taxes up, or your fees, or whatever you want to call it, you jack the amount of money up they have to pay the government every year from $21 to $100. Not much money to the people up here, but it's a lot to them. I'm just telling you that it's a lot to them in most cases.
Can I respond to that part of it? Do you mind?
Yeah, I don't.
So, I mean, I think one thing we could look at, and I love that you brought up the garbage assessment, is we could look at whatever we come up out of this analysis and apply that back to the garbage assessment. So if we decide that there's a threshold of income that shouldn't pay the fire assessment, and that ends up being 150 households, or 200, whatever the number is, and we could apply that same threshold to the garbage fee.
Different. Yeah, you mean that
Right,
as far as
'cause
the threshold of the garbage
and
fee, but you can't take part of this and give to them.
No, the threshold for the garbage fee, because we probably should have been doing that to begin with, but we never had this conversation. So, I mean, obviously I wasn't here, but that conversation didn't come up in that, because we actually just didn't have this intelligent lady that came before us today that brought things like that up. So I think that was great. So I think that would be part of the motion if we decide to go forward at some point, that we also look at bringing that savings to the impoverished in the county who own homes to cross that over into the garbage assessment fee as well. I think that's would be brilliant. And then that same person you described would not only not see an increase in taxes, they actually would see a net decrease in taxes. So that would really achieve something.
We got 2 more people. Mr. Pickens?
How long have we been talking about this?
Quite a long time.
Yeah, so,
19 years.
and probably previous boards talked about it too, I guess, because they had the studies done. I don't know, we had one done in 17, wasn't it just a presentation, JR?
Yeah.
It wasn't a full study, was it?
Well,
2018 it was presented.
In 2018, it was presented. It was a study done in 2017.
2017.
The whole thing, as a matter of fact, I got a copy of it in my truck. I'd be happy to email it to you. But the full-blown study was done in 2017.
Okay, I really don't think why we can't table this or just push this off for a couple of weeks till our next meeting, and then give Mr. Turner time to ask questions and everybody else ask questions. We're gonna have to set the parameters or where we want this, right? So maybe start thinking about how that's gonna move forward and come back. I mean, I think you got the attention of everybody, you know? So that would be my suggestion. I think Paul's amino to that too. And then come back and then make a vote on it. Do you
I
have,
don't
I know we've talked about figures. We have a figure of what this may cost, or it would be determined when we give you the parameters of
something
what we're
Yeah,
looking for?
I mean, it's going to be the parameters what you give us. I mean, I'm sure they're going to, based upon what all we tell them to do. I mean, if we tell them to do a fire and EMS, it's probably going to change the money if we told them to just do fire, because it's going to take, longer to run all that data and stuff, so.
That'd be my suggestion, is
Mr.
put it
Hall.
off a little longer.
Julian, get your pencil ready. This is what I'd like to see.
I don't have a page.
Can we all agree that we have 39,000 homes plus or minus in the county? Okay, so we're gonna base everything on 39,000 homes. You and I talked after the meeting earlier. Can you get her the data from what our uncollectibles are for EMS? So then we can take that.
Are you talking about the amount billed versus amount paid?
Yes.
Okay.
So, take that, divide that by 39,000, that'll tell us, and we're only having a discussion right now about housing, on what the household impact would be, knowing that there'll also be a commercial component to it. So if you and I discussed about.
So you don't want amount billed versus amount paid, you want amount billed versus our budget? Or amount
no,
collected versus our budget?
correct.
Okay.
How much you need in your budget, how much you collect, then that leaves blank amount that needs to be collected either through an assessment or through MS, or through
Correct.
our general
I
fund.
follow you.
Okay.
I know what you're asking for now.
Then if you take that money and I personally would like to see us use 80 or 85%. JR said he thinks about 90% of our EMS calls go to residential structures. So I'm comfortable at 90%, 80, run the numbers at 80, 85, and 90. It'll only take a few seconds. Just do 3 columns in the spreadsheet.
Sure.
All right, so that tells us what the impact would be on a residence. And then the leftover money would have to be calculated on businesses. Do we have a way of getting a count of businesses that we don't know? Well, there's got to be a way to some point figure that out, but that'll be the residual money that businesses would have to pay.
Well, I think the question on the table today is where do we go from
No,
here?
I'm saying in order for us to have this conversation in 2 weeks, we need to have data. I don't want to get here in 2 weeks and everybody go, well, what's the potential impact? He'll be able to tell us the potential impact if we agree that we have 39,000 residences and they're going to hump 80 or 85 or 90% of this cost on the EMS side, and then the fire side would be the exact same thing, only you don't have any really way of generating funds on the fire side unless you guys got a hidden revenue fund that I'm not aware of. So that's just is what it is.
Our tax.
No, I'm saying we don't, the fire department, they don't charge for fire inspection fees. We don't do BTRs like most counties do and all that, so we don't collect money for that. It's the necessary evil that we have to fund, and there's no revenue sources. Some counties have BTRs, but they're business tax receipts that they go out and do fire inspections, and every year the businesses have to pay for that. But we don't have any of that, and it wouldn't amount to that much anyways, I don't think, against what you really need. So if you can get those numbers as well, and then use the same 39,000. Do y'all understand the logic? Am I talking too fast? Because I did just have a Monster Energy drink, and
And
that's
remember,
old school
you ate your
marketing.
Snickers bar too.
And a Snickers, right. So what I'm saying is if you take the 39,000 as the basis for the assessment, and then you know what your need is, if you divide it out, that gives you a basic amount, not including businesses. At that point, we are going to have the consultant come in at some point and say, this extra 10, 15, 20% that you need for EMS or for fire is going to come from your businesses. We'll need to know how that will be assessed, whether it's on a square foot basis or on a parcel size. She said there's a litany of different ways they can do that.
I mean,
But-
we basically know it's around $110 per house. I mean, we
I
don't need
agree
that.
with you, but I'm,
I'm not ready to, yeah.
But I mean, we know that.
Yeah.
Any of us can do that math.
that
It's
was the
around
number, that was the number we
4.5.
came up with up front, was
Right.
$100 per household
Yes,
raises
so-
$3.9 million.
Right.
But that's only if you're, once you get.
But I don't think any of us need that
There's
exercise.
10,000 houses that are in incorporated areas.
Yeah.
Now, I disagree with what Commissioner Turner said, because what I understood the lady to say, and we'll need to get some clarification, was that the municipalities do not have the option of not participating in the MSBU unless they're providing the service themselves. So they do not have an option of saying, no, we're not going to do it. If they're not doing it, then they're already providing it, doesn't affect us anyways. So that would reduce our cost. But I think by going the MSBU route, it does put us in a position where we can go to the city of Crescent City or Interlaken and say, either you're going to provide fire services for your folks, or we're going to do it and you're going to pay us on a contractual basis, or you're going to participate in the MSBU. Take your pick. But they can't shirk their responsibilities. And then the other data that we'll need is if somebody could find out from the tax collector's office how many people participate in because there is a program here where we do have seniors that don't have to pay ad valorem assessed taxes, are correct? If they've been living here long enough and they meet certain parameters, if we could find out how many of those we have, and then also take a look at how many folks this could potentially impact, because the other thing she said was we could set up an MSTU. Maybe it's a 0.5 mil MSTU, and the money goes in there, and we use that for compassion to be able to offset the liability if people actually cannot, if they get to the point where they just cannot afford to pay, then that comes out of that MSTU pot of money. That was the other MSTU she was talking about, and I can't remember what, it wasn't Marion County, I don't think, but one of the
It was
counties.
Marion.
Was it Marion? Okay, she said they collect that, and then they use that to offset, to kick back in to cover the cost for the people that cannot afford it. But
They offer big.
they what?
Well, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to say
Well-
that out loud.
Right.
Well, I didn't hear what was said.
Okay.
My hearing aids don't work that well. So I think that we really should take a look at this, a hard look at it. And then the other thing that we didn't discuss this morning was if we take $8 million off of the general fund by virtue of being able to fund EMS and fire at from a different pot of money, then it logically makes sense that we're going to be able to reduce our millage rate. So another number that I would like to know is, what does 1 mil equal? $4 million. So we're talking 2 mils. If we can collect $8 million from additional revenue sources, then we do have the option of lowering the millage rate 2 mils, correct?
Okay.
Okay, so,
In theory, yes. I don't know if it's a dollar for dollar transfer, but in theory, yes.
okay, so if we're able to do that, then that sets us up to be able to look more attractive to other people. And we are benefiting the people who are paying excessively high amounts of taxes right now. It would actually lower their taxes a little bit. So I think there's pluses and minuses here. There's pluses for some folks, minuses for other folks. I think at the end of the day, the community, it's a win-win for the community, and we really need to look at this. But if we're going to wait 2 weeks, and I would like to have the data so we can have more rock-solid conversations and a lot less hyperbole.
Just FYI, Mr. Tilton says they are assessing a little over 33,000 in the
Right.
in the garbage.
33,000. Right.
Do you do the city of Palaca? The city of Palaca is 4,200 homes. Right. So so that's what I'm saying. I think we're at 39,000.
That does include the city because the city does their own collections, but we do the assessment for yeah. So we.
It's
34,212. Okay.
And then it's 3,000, you take out the other house, 3,259. If you
Okay.
take out the city, is how many that we take collections on.
So at 37 or at 30,000?
34,212 is how many
34.
that we hit for the landfill, which we hit everybody with the landfill disposal.
So 34,000 is a round number we can use.
Yeah.
Countywide, including the incorporated areas.
That's how many households
Okay.
that we put the disposal assessment on is 34,212. Yeah, but that doesn't include land and other things either. That's,
Well, I'm not including land right
yeah,
now.
I understand, but land would be included.
Yeah.
Or you couldn't get me off the ground with this either.
Well, she was saying that vacant land is a tough part of to deal with. So if we're talking the fire and the EMS, that's a different conversation.
The question on the table is us talking about whether we're going to hire a consultant to look at the MSBU fire and/or EMS along with that. So that's the only question on the table, right?
What would be the problem with coming back next week and going through the evaluation that was done in 18 or presented in 18?
What is the cost projected? Do we even have a ballpark number on what it's gonna cost to
Probably
do the
less than,
study?
probably less than $57,000, $60,000.
Less than 60 grand?
Right.
Y'all paid for it. You don't remember?
Well, this is the new price. We're not going to be able to defend the 2017 study.
All right,
No, I'm
so,
saying for us to have a
Okay,
conversation about it.
Mr. Adams, are you done with the floor?
Well, my question is, if we come back next week and go through that one, and then make the decision whether or not we want to hire somebody or walk away from this entirely, I think that one will answer a lot of our questions, don't it?
I don't
don't-
think it's going to answer any of my questions.
I think she brought a lot of new information that
Yeah,
wasn't in
I don't
that.
think it's going to answer any, I've studied it. Mr. Adams, you have the floor.
I'm gonna make a motion and see where it goes. I make a motion that we authorize up to $60,000 to do a study of an MSBU for fire, as well as assessment, special assessment for EMS, taking into account, that's the right way, MSBU, fire, special assessment, EMS.
EMS is MSBU and
No.
fire would be the assessment. I have them backwards.
Yeah, give them backwards.
EMS assessment, fire,
Taking into account people below the poverty level as established by the federal government, as well as not-for-profits and those already exempted under our current other fees and ad valorem taxes.
I'll second that.
A motion by Commissioner Adams to hire a consultant to do a study up to $60,000 to include fire, MSBU, EMS, MSBU
Assessment.
Assessment.
assessment with the poverty level. We have a proper second by Rawls, Commissioner Rawls. I do want to make a comment. I'm not opposed to this, but I want to say the only way I want to move forward is if I sit down with a consultant and say, and I think each one of us, we can do it together as a group or individually, this is what I want to see. And if they come back and say, y'all can't get there because you just don't have not enough juice for the squeeze, then cancel it right then and quit. And don't spend $60,000. But if he goes, I think we can get you there and we can save money, then this commissioner would be all about that. And I want to see I want to see at the poverty level, I want to see our citizens. But like I said earlier, you start throwing more people out of the pot, somebody else is paying the bill. And that's exactly what you said about the MSTU in Marion County. They did that to help offset those people they were throwing out of the pot. I agree with that, I do. But I want to sit down with a consultant when we look at hiring one, and maybe we need to bring that back. We bring that back and say, here's who's we got. Interview all of us separately and collectively and go from there.
So that's an amendment to the motion?
No, that's just my thoughts.
I would second that and make that amendment.
I think that's gonna, this commissioner will not go forward unless I do that, so, you know. But yeah, Mr. Turner, you have the floor for discussion.
Okay, I'd like to know how much a year that we're shooting for here. I mean, are we looking for $4 million? Is that what we're looking for out of an assessment or whatever? $4 million a year? Above what we're already getting right now from the fire tax and everything else? Well, that money ain't gonna come out the sky. Somebody's got to write a check for more money to get $4 million more a year than what we're getting now. And I keep hearing that, and is the $4 million we're looking for, the $8 million or whatever number y'all decide to tell me at this time, is that all in 1 year or spread over a period of 5 years? So if that's the truth, then, you know, if it's spread over 4 years, then it's $2 million a year for 4 years. You know, I'd kind of like, before I vote no on this, could I at least get that question answered? How much money were we trying to raise additional to what we're raising right now? And why can't we just raise the tax we already have, if that's the case?
Right, I
Mr.
think,
Chairman, before he starts, can I make a comment? That's why I truly believe, because after we've been discussing this for another few minutes, he decided to go ahead and maybe ask a question that he was going to have on his list to ask the next time we came. I really don't see why. Y'all have felt rushed. I'm feeling rushed on this one. I'm in for the most part on this thing, but I need to educate myself. I see no damn reason why we can't push it off to the next county commission meeting or call a special one where we have time to sit down with you and you, maybe call that lady if she'll answer questions. I'm gonna call some commissioners from other counties and ask them some questions, and then come back and go, okay, we're gonna make a damn decision today. Okay, I really don't see a reason why we can't do that. And JR wants you to answer his question. I'm sorry, but we're gonna make a decision one way or the other, this commissioner is, in the next couple of weeks. So that's my 2 cents, and I've already eaten my small Snickers. And so I'm glad you got this other one up here.
I did notice that, Commissioner Pickens. I was
So,
getting concerned.
Because everybody up here, we have identified a problem. And with Commissioner Turner's suggestion and the work of a lot of people, and you're one of them, Chad sat on that committee, they've come up with some suggestions. You got our ears, we're ready to move forward. I don't know that a couple of weeks is gonna really hurt this thing. If it is, then you let me know. But I just don't see why. So, but go ahead and answer his question, I'm sorry.
Without pulling the budget that we turned in, can you pull it up what our request was? So I just refer to her, because I really don't remember exactly the number was. I want to give you good information.
Yeah, but that was a one-time request to get you caught up to the want list. You're talking about this year's request that came at the original budget session that we had, that was basically where everybody sent in their needs.
That's correct.
Even though the building department sent in a need to have air conditioning in the damn kennel or in the dog truck. So I'm sure that was an absolute need too, but, excuse me for being a little facetious. But anyhow, I'm just saying that I think that, I know around my place that there's a lot of things that we'd like to have, but we don't necessarily go out and buy a new truck or a new high lift or a new dump trailer or whatever the case may be. We wait until we can afford it. If we need it real bad, then we stretch it. We go ahead and borrow the money and stretch it out over a period of time. That's the way we do business. But we live within our means. And I think we can get a lot of this accomplished here today that we're asking to do today by doing the same thing. That if you've been here a year and you've done a great job. And so please don't take this that I'm diminishing the progress that you've made, because it's apparent, very apparent that you have. Morale's better. I don't want to stop any of that, but by the same token, I think that sitting in this chair as a commissioner, part of my job is to keep your momentum flowing as much as we can while living within our means. And I think living within our means, we're getting $1.8 million a year, or this year, thereabouts, within a few dollars one way or another, $1.8 billion in tax increases. If we earmark some of that money for the increase that you need to make your department move a little forward as part of this process, then that's going to move us one step forward to getting you where you want to be. And even when the recommendations came out of the fire committee, we said straight up front, we can't come up with $8 million right now at one time. We just can't do it. It's got to be a plan to implement it over a period of time, shorter the better, but implement it over the period of time. So I'm just not sure, I'm not convinced yet. We're not trying to jump the gun and go back to my lollipop thing earlier, your 3 licks, and let's bite it and get on through with this thing and move on. I think we need to be slow and methodical and make sure that the plan works, and it's not necessarily, does it ever fix anything in government just to throw money at it. There's got to be a plan to get where you want to get.
I agree with you, and I would just like to say this. I didn't put nothing before you guys in that budget request that I did not feel was an absolute need. That was not a wish list that I turned into Ms. Young. That absolutely was not. I would not turn into something to you guys that it was an absolute just nice to have. So I didn't do that. So, I mean, whatever I've turned into her, I felt like after doing the evaluations that it was a fair, it was a needs-based assessment.
Thank you. Mr. Adams.
And I'll take that step forward. I don't think you did enough, because the needs of 3,500 people that live southwest of me were not met by your budget. So that's a whole nother subject. As far as, again, the whole thing with the assessment is whether the number is 50 million or 1 million, the numbers can be adjusted on a basis that's sliding. So the number really has no bearing on the study. We have to decide that number separate as part of our budget process. The study gives us the basis for how we facilitate the collecting of the money. That's really what the study is doing. The study is not determining the amount of money that we will collect. So, I mean, we can give them a blank number. An easy number would be, say it's 10 million, say it's $8 million for fire, and say it's 4 million for EMS. And then if it ends up being 2.5 million and 6.2 million, we just adjust the number down. I mean, it's easily divisible. It's math. So, I mean, that's going to be my comeback to that statement every time.
Mr. Rawls?
So I just asked staff what our current payroll is. The current payroll is around $20 million a year countywide for the BOCC. If we agree that everybody gets a 3% pay raise over the next 5 years, that's 15%. And we know that we have to bring other folks up. So we have a 20% increase that overall that's going to hit us. That's a $4 million increase in the next 5 years, just in payroll. Not including equipment that's needed by landfill, or forget landfill, they got their own money, but Public Works, Fire and EMS, Parks and Recreation, Buildings and Grounds, blah, 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 blah. It goes on and on and on. So we are running into a brick wall. It's in front of us. We can see it. There's no way to mitigate this. It's unfortunate, but the only way the only workaround is to either get our property values to go up exponentially, which I don't know how you get them to go up 15 to 20% over the next 5 years. Our projected rate of growth, if you believe,
Seeing what's going on?
my eyes are wide open, but I also understand that we are looking at a bubble. And when this bubble bursts, we won't see these huge increases. As a matter of fact, we could actually see flatlining or the reciprocal of that, which would really be bad for us. And we've seen that happen in the past, not too long ago. So my point is, I do understand that this conversation, and I've been trying to have this for 2 years, to be honest with you. And I'm not some, liberal that's going to go out and tax and spend. But I think that it's imprudent for us to take advantage of people and say, well, they can afford more. Let's just increase the MSTU. But we're not addressing the other underlying problem, which is the $4 million deficit that we have in EMS. We're not using ambulances every day, but we have to pay for it. That's reasonable, it's prudent, it's expected. Everybody should have to be able to pay for that as well. This is something that we need to provide for our public so that we all sleep well at night and know that if something happens, we do have first responders there. And the same conversation happens for the sheriff's department and for the fire department. And then when we look at our other departments as well, by reducing the general fund burden that we've placed on the general fund in the form of fire and EMS, we can do more for our other departments if we need to. And if we do start seeing an increase in our tax revenue, we can always lower our millage rate. That's the option. But at the end of the day, it's a pay-to-play user fee. I had a conversation this morning. I would love to see this commission take the position that we start charging boat owners the extra money that we can to bring in more money in revenue. The state gets money for every decal that's sold for a boat. We can get half that money as well, but we don't go after it. But we could, and put that money towards our boat ramps and have better facilities for our public. And it's a user fee. I'm a boat owner. I'll pay it. Yeah, it's going to cost me $12 to $15 for that, but I would rather pay that $12 to $15 and know that my boat ramps are not going to have trash cans that are overflowing that smell like somebody urinated in the place. And the same thing with other services that we have here. It's fair, it's practical to have user fees and not put all the burden on the backs of the people that have homes that are assessed.
Can we call the question?
Okay, I do want to.
That's what you want, right?
You calling a question?
May I
Sure.
make one statement, please? What would it hurt, instead of approving $60,000, because we don't know if that's going to be, what would it hurt if we went out for an RFP, a bid, and see what those prices come back before we keep beating this horse because we're saying the same thing over and over and over again. Now, I'm not opposed to doing it either way the commission wants to do it, but I'm just going to throw that out there, is what would it hurt for us to, because these people that would bid on it can watch this meeting, and they'll know how we feel. They'll know exactly how we feel. And they'll say, yeah, we can do it, or we can't do it. That's just how I feel, but there is a motion on the table. There is a second. Call the question.
Are we going to modify it again? I really see no reason to, I don't want to stop this thing. And I really, on this one, and maybe this way y'all have felt in the past, I really don't see why we got to do this today.
There is a motion on the table and a second. Question's been called by Commissioner Turner. All in favor of hiring a consultant at $60,000, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, like sign.
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, motion passes 3-2.
Can I ask a question?
I got a question too. Go ahead.
Can we not go ahead and put it out for an RFP right now, since we just approved it, so why not do that?
But we've already just approved $60,000, so.
But you're gonna have to have an RFP to get it spent, is what I'm saying. You wouldn't just go out and hire the first person that you call, right?
Commissioners, in this particular case, the pros and cons of the RFP should be weighed by the board if you desire that. It is exempt from the procurement code
But
for the purposes of, no, there's always certainly a but, sir. We always can do it. But an RFP is a long and laborious process by both staff and those proposers. It's exempt in the procurement code because the idea is that these firms in this particular area, you want value over dollar, you want quality value over dollar value. There's nothing to say that we can't solicit some proposals from everyone without going through a formal RFP process. That formal RFP process is quite laborious for both the vendors as well as your fire staff that would need to give me at least
that's what I'm
three.
talking about, though, is just getting a quote.
Okay, well, that's very different than an
Okay.
RFP.
Yeah.
So now we're saying we're not gonna go out for an RFP, we're going to just
quotes.
call somebody and say how much you charge?
We can do, again, there are pros and cons to all of them, and I'm giving the board all of their options. So this is by definition exempt from a competitive solicitation process. The board can ask for multiple different proposals to come back to them outside of a formal RFP solicitation process, to weigh the options of both cost and the end product, the scope of work of what they're able to provide. And obviously, cost can be of some determining factor for you, but should not be the end determining factor. You get what you pay for in these scenarios. And so if the board would like a minimum number of different proposals to come back to them, then we can engage quote scenarios based on what we have heard here today and the direction that the board has given. But you would need to tell us, what are you looking for? How many players do you want to the table? What qualifications do you want those players to have? Do you want them to be only known in Maine, or do you want them to be familiar with Florida law? Those are the things that we need to be able to weigh out on our side of the table, rather than just y'all saying, I want 10 different people to talk to me. That's not exactly what's gonna be good for anybody in this mix.
If I may, I personally would like to see definitely somebody that's very familiar with this process, that has experience with other rural counties. It would do us no good to have somebody that's consulted for somebody like Miami or Jacksonville, but definitely rural. Maybe reach out to Levy, Marion,
Sure.
some of the Baker, Bradford, see who they've used, and reach out to those folks.
And so the question begs, in the procurement code, if we follow a standard procurement process, in-department staff would bring their recommendation based on their industry expertise for recommendation to the chairman and the administrator to make a decision on. Is that what the board is asking, or is the board asking for those proposals to come back to them?
I don't think I'm the proper one to ask that
I don't have a problem
question
with
too, seeing how I voted against what we're doing.
All right.
Probably need to ask the chairman what
Touche.
ask the chairman what he wants to do.
And that's why I think we should have had these conversations in 2 weeks, when maybe we were better prepared. is just move something forward, and now we're having a damn discussion about how to move it forward, if I'm following this correctly. So I don't think anybody up here is against this, it's just against how it's moving forward. So, I don't know where we go from here.
I think there's been enough road laid in front of us by other counties that have already done this. We're not inventing the wheel by a long shot. We're actually catching up to a lot of folks. If we take this
I
on.
don't
So
disagree with it at all. That's
I don't know why
wanted
we
to-
can't meet in a week or two anyways. We're not going to have anybody picked by then. And go ahead and continue this conversation and give any commissioners the opportunity to talk to staff. I've talked to all you guys. I don't, I know how they feel, they know how I feel. It wouldn't do me any good to talk to staff anymore. I've been doing this for 2 years, and, so I understand that you guys, and I would be willing, I think if we could meet next week and the week after, if need be, and just continue having these meetings, and we will find someone eventually.
You asked my opinion of what I thought we need to go forward at this point. I think we need to go out and look at the people that have done these in other counties and see if 60,000 is enough to do both that we wanted to do. That was the motion today and the question that was called. I think that's what we need to find out. And then we need to probably interview those people. And then they need to sit down with the board and decide, hear from us. This is what we want. We want to offset taxes. We want to have a poverty level in
I
there.
was with you up till the last step. When every candidate needs to meet with the
I'm not
board.
saying that. I'm just saying the one that we pick, we need to give them a precise path to follow. And if they go, there is no way you're going to do this. I don't want to spend 60,000. I don't mind spending 1,000 for them to tell me there's no way you're going to do this. Or yes, we've done this before in another county and we can bring this home, and it has helped. That's my direction. That's why I voted to go ahead, because we have talked about it. We have not, we have danced around this one a long time, and staff has come to me and said, we want to get this thing home. Now, how do we bring it home? And that's how I brought it home today. Okay, we're done. All right, good. Mr. Pickens?
Bill not knowing.
No, if we've danced around it, but the problem's about over with, and we're down to the last. And so I think everybody's on board to move this forward. I just think a couple of weeks wouldn't have hurt a damn thing, but, now we're at where we are, so.
All right.
Why can't we have a meeting next week to discuss this?
Why?
Yeah, next
Because
week.
we don't need to be having meetings just to have meetings. The board just gave where they wanted to go by vote. I'm good with it.
I'm fine
No,
with
but
it.
what I'm saying is,
I lost, y'all won.
No,
I'm
it's not a matter of
100%
winning
on
and
board
losing.
with y'all going on and doing your deal.
it's not a matter of winning or losing, but if Commissioner Pickens wants to meet with staff next week, and then we come back and discuss what he may learn something different that we've never heard before and want to present it. I think the more information
We've
we have,
still
the better.
got the opportunity at
We
two
do.
times that I
We
see
do.
in the future.
That's
Number
right.
one, we got the opportunity before we vote to actually hire the person.
That's
Right.
right.
Whatever. And the next time would be, do we want to do it at all after the report comes back?
That's right. That's
So
right.
I still see two stopgaps somewhere in the future. We're not voting to do anything today, other than y'all voted to start the study, and y'all voted to, which will come back before us before this, no, it won't either, because it's less than 60 grand. So it'll just be go to you. So the only other stopgap we're gonna have is when that company or firm or person or whatever selected, and then it'll come back to us before we implement any kind of recommendations from what they have, after we have another meeting to discuss and look at the implementation.
If they can do it for under 60,000, I doubt it. The prices we were given, I think JR had it, was already 57 on just one topic. So believe me, it's coming back to us before that.
Either
I'm not
way,
sure if the other topic's going to be that expensive if they're doing everything
It's
simultaneously.
going to come back.
okay.
All right,
So
let's
can we
move
put
on.
this on the
Move
agenda then
forward.
for the next workshop?
Wow, we're done talked about it now.
Let's
till
move
it moves
forward and
over.
see if we can't get it if it's going to be 75, then we already know we've lost. We got to come back and discuss it again, and we'll do it at that time. But there's no one to talk to. We've talked to the person who was the leader today. Item B, budget review and staff direction. Does anybody need a break before we go? Okay,
Commissioner Adams, that took it.
okay. Gentlemen, staff has asked us to look at the budget review, give them some direction. I would like to talk to you about a few items here before we go into deliberation. One thing that's been on my mind ever since I've been here was the 95% budgeting that we do. By law, we don't have to, we can budget up to 100%, which I think would be totally devastating to our budget. But there is no cap. It's a self-imposed, but I feel like we could budget to 96%. Historically, for the past few years, we've had that, we could say we've averaged close to that. And I think that gives us another percentage. Because what happens is, we're budgeting at 95, we come back at 96, that money goes straight into reserves, and then we act like we can't use that for reoccurring things. I understand that, but you know, I feel very comfortable at 96. So I still have the floor, I'm gonna say this too. The next factor of this, and I've talked to the sheriff and to Colonel Wells about this a few years ago. A thought came to my mind, and I talked to staff about it. Staff talked to me about it. Might have talked to some of you about it. I don't know that answer. But setting percentages for the constitutional officers. For example, Sheriff's Department at 54% of our budget. Property appraiser 4.6, clerk 4.19, supervisor of elections 2.35, and the BOC at 34.48. That's going to be, in my opinion, I think that's an area that we can easily agree on, because as the county grows, so does their budget. They don't have to come back, they know what that's going to be, and there's a contingency of 20% built in on the bottom. So I think that's going to give us where they don't have to keep, now there might be an anomaly one year where the sheriff needs more for one thing, or supervisor of elections they have 2 elections coming up. There's going to be anomalies. We can address that. But every year, they would know this is what our percentage of the budget's going to be. If it's a 4% increase, they know the number. They don't have to come up with us and say, by the time the property appraiser brings us the number and we go through that scenario with them and we find ourselves going, we don't have any money. So I want to have a discussion on that. Commissioner Turner, you got your light on, sir.
Yeah, 96% is good with me. I don't think that makes a big difference one way or the other. I know it's a money, but I don't think it's a deal breaker for me at all. The only thing is I want to make sure that in the scenario that you just said, that the 20% comes off first, and then that the amount of ad valorem tax revenue growth that's going to be spent that year is after the commission says, okay, we're going to spend it. Because if we got a 5% increase or 8% increase in ad valorem taxes over a year, and this or future boards decided at that point that they wanted to have a millage decrease because they got so much revenue, then that starting number has to come after the board says that. In other words, so in this case, let's say this year, 1.8, I'm within a few grand, but $1.8 million. So you take 360 off the top, 20%, that's to use for the board to do special projects with, such as you just noted a minute ago. And then on top of that, everybody would get their percentage of the 80%. Sheriff would get 54.38, property appraiser 4.6, on till right on down to the bottom. So basically, it takes all the fussing, all the negotiating, all the 5 days of budget meetings, it takes everything out of it. The board sets how much money is going to move forward. In other words, if we get $2 million increase projected, the board comes and they make one decision. Are we going to do a rollback or try to this year? If not, then the whole $2 million on the table, and the $2 million, 20% comes out, $16 million gets split up between everybody at this level, and the negotiating and everything's over with.
1.6 million.
16 million, we got a problem. Everybody go over that.
Y'all knew that.
Yeah, we knew.
So basically, there it is. I mean, there's no 5 days of meetings, there's no nothing. There's one meeting we've got to discuss out of the projected revenues. Are we gonna try to use it all towards expenses and what have you, and if not, then how much of it are we gonna try to give back? And if we don't that year, if we do whatever, we set a number of ad valorem taxes after possible or none at all rollbacks. And then we take 20% out for special projects, and the other 80% just gets automatically distributed to everybody. I think it's the best deal I've heard yet.
Go ahead, sir.
Oh,
I'm gonna-
My button's not working, so my only concern, I guess, is if we're, I really hope that one of the things that we look at in the very near future is looking at funding or setting up a countywide drainage MSBU. That would take a large
But that
load.
has nothing to do with this.
It does, and here's why. Right now, I feel like we're delinquent in several major areas, and one of them is definitely roads and drainage. And I think the drainage is affecting the road problems. There's a direct correlation, you know, you watch out a ditch, you blow out a road, you gotta fix it, it's costing money. So if we took that off the table, I would agree with you at that point. I would think at that point,
What
there's.
does that MSBU or whatever have to do with the ad valorem tax?
Because I don't have to worry about needing an additional $1.5 million for drainage for one project only in my district, or $1.5 million for, I'm sorry, $3 million in District 1, because you know it'd be that much down there.
Which
But
is what we would
no,
use
and
reserves for if you needed it, if you had
but
to do it.
my concern is we don't have enough money set aside budgetarily. Mike Troxel, yes or no? $1 million for bridges, drainage, and guardrails, right? Okay, $1 million. If you say, well, we're going to continue down this road, we're underfunding that portion. So I really truly believe that if we
Has anything to do with the
it
discussion we're having.
it does have to do with it, because if I know that drainage, which is a major concern of a lot of our public and mine, is off the table at that point because it's funded by another funding source, then I would agree with 100% of what you're saying at this point. We could take it and say, here you go, guys, 1.6 million, you get this percent, you get this percent, y'all fight over it.
Mr. Rawls, let me say this, and I'm not gonna disagree with you wholeheartedly, but I will say this. In my district, in West Putnam, the MSBU's have drainage. So you could not overlay another drainage on top of that drainage.
We'll have to work
It
through
wouldn't
that.
work.
In my district, we
might
don't
be-
have that.
I know, and it might be where it's area specific, and that might be
Then that means we'll set up district flood.
I'm not,
So
yeah,
what I'm saying
I
is,
understand the concept because it takes out of the general fund, and I see what you're saying.
yeah,
But right now, this is what, we need to give something to staff, and I think right now, this is what we can give to them. That's a great future conversation, but let's have this call right now.
what I'm trying to get this board to understand is, I don't want to have a conversation about today, or the 2021 budget, or the 21-22 budget. I want to have a conversation about 2031, and 2028, and 2025. We need to start thinking, and we're here together as a board.
But this is a great first step.
Let's take this opportunity to get as much on the table. We have the rest of this year to work this. Nothing we discuss today is going to impact until the following budget year.
But this is a
So-
great first step of moving the budget in a positive direction with, and I need to put a caveat there. I have spoken to Sheriff and the Colonel before, but we haven't dissected all this. We just said, what if you got the same number all the time and not worried about it? That's what we're talking about today. And I think that gives staff the direction to go forward, and then we can add the other things as we move forward. Mr. Adams, you had your light? No. Okay. So is this a good first start, guys? I mean, Mr. Pickens, I haven't heard from you. Okay, Mr. Pickens, you got the floor?
I think it is, but like say let's just pick on the sheriff with his budget, I guess he'll have some money that he'll return to us, right? Is that called rollback?
Supposedly.
Okay.
Could be.
All right, so as forward with his budget request, how much is his budget request? How much is,
900?
New funding is 1.3
so that's new money? Or does,
above
would that?
what was allocated to him in the approved fiscal year 21 budget, yes, sir.
So that takes care, that would include what he returns or not? What is the new money?
No, I think I know that what your question you're asking. You're asking, does he automatically get the money toward the 1.3 that he's gonna give back if he gives back any this year? We haven't given him that offer yet. Last year, we gave him the money to help him get where he
Right, I
needed.
remember that.
We have not done that this year. Our deal right now is that if he gives us money back, then he gives us money back, or not. But if we pass what Commissioner Harvey just brought up, then basically he gets 54.38 of 80% of whatever tax money's coming this year.
From now on, whether or not he gives any back or not, that won't be affected.
It doesn't
Okay.
matter. If he gives it back, fine. If he doesn't, we don't budget for it anyhow, it's my understanding.
Yeah, we
Okay.
quit budgeting. Last year, was it, Julianne, we quit budgeting any return back, or this year?
From any office other than the tax collector. That's the only office that we
Well,
budget
because they-
rollback from.
Right, right, they're fee oriented, and they make
Correct.
us money, so the more business they do, the better off.
Correct.
But they don't have to give us any of that either. do
They don't, but historically, their trend supports the notion of us budgeting some amount of money in rollback.
Well, I think this is a good first
Okay,
step.
and then the
Mr.
percentages are by what percentage they are of our total budget? Is that where you came in over the 54%?
Like
of
they
our
have
ad-
been. Yes, sir.
Valorum.
Of our ad valorem, just
After
for
the
clarity.
20
Valorem tax.
But
Right,
Right.
Mr.
All right, and
Adams?
then, can I ask one more question?
Put me
And then-
back up.
Then it would be up to the BOCC and staff to distribute it to the BOCC departments.
Correct.
Okay.
Mr. Adams, that.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know that you can get me there, but it sounds like you don't need to. I just don't, I think it oversimplifies things. I think it
I made the comment it was just too easy.
yeah, I think it does oversimplify things that, to the point.
Make too much sense.
Yeah, and I think it does in a way, and as awkward as that might sound, because we don't know what's on the horizon. We don't know what unfunded mandates are gonna come, and yeah, sure, we could change this on the,
Change any year you want.
then why do it? If you could just change it, why do it,
why
right? So
have-
it doesn't have
why
teeth, so,
12 meetings to decide what's gonna happen anyhow.
yeah. I don't know, I just don't see it. I'm not for assuming we're gonna spend the money from ad valorem that's extra. I would, my goal is to roll back every
Well, that's
time.
the fir- what I
No,
said
no, I
was
know, I
The
know.
first thing is you decide how much of the increase
Right.
is gonna be spent
And-
or rolled back.
And just like you said in all the budget meetings, how do we decide how much it is until we have those meetings? So we,
Well, you
I
come
mean, it's
here-
a cart and horse thing.
Well, we're gonna make that decision today. I'm assuming, number one, if we go with this new way, then number two is gonna be simply, are we gonna use the whole 1.8 million projected in as this year's budget? Because if you are, then they can go and do the budget numbers if we give them this. It's all over.
Right.
All the negotiations are over, all the dances between us and the different constitutionals, all that's over with. Because basically, they get whatever percent of budget they have now, they get next. And you basically take the 1.8, if we're gonna use the 1.8, you do the 1.8, you take 20% off for special projects or contingencies that the board may have, that other things outside, so you take 360 off of that. The rest of it, Julianne sits down with her handy little calculator and gives the sheriff 54.38% of that amount of money, right on down the list, and the BOCC keeps 34.48% to go towards JR and all the other departments, and the 3% increase that we know we all wanna give in COLAs and all that kind of stuff. It's just a matter of going through the motions.
Mr. Adams, that you.
I don't know, I guess there's just more to it to me than that. There's 3% COLA, there's all the people that aren't employed yet that we need to have as employees of the county. There's, no, I understand, but, okay. Like I said, I'm just one person, so.
Mr. Turner, you were next, but you already did.
No, I'm good, Mr. Chairman. I
Okay.
thought this would be simple. for
Mr.
everybody to
Rawls?
understand.
I can see it from both directions, and what I wrote down was most of our departments are underfunded right now. And, how meaningful is it to them if we just say, look, you got 38% of the take here, y'all do something with it? It almost sounds disingenuous, and it is. You look at Parks and Recreations and what the citizens would like us to do, they would like something more. I think we really need to have some more meaningful conversation rather than just saying, look, here's 40%, you guys fight over it. Because that's literally what's gonna happen, is we're,
Who's gonna fight?
All the departments, you know, of the 40% of 1.8 million is $720,000.
But we were-
I understand that, but their job is our job is to properly fund them so they can do their job. And I wouldn't want their job. I wouldn't want them to.
Nothing to do with the other today.
What I'm saying is, if we just throw a flat, if we just agree right now, this 38%, you just said we're going to give our staff $720,000 in income to increase all of the department's budgets by, and so with no direction from this board, I'll scream it. Where the hell is my comprehensive or our strategic plan? What does this have to do with strategic plan? How strategic is, you got 38%, go out and do something with it. I would like us to start taking a look at this stuff on a multi-year basis. Start coming up with some, I've been here for 2.5 years and we've not had this conversation yet. When are we gonna start? That's my question.
I think we've started. I think today's a good start, and I think we set some parameters and we start building on that. And if there's an anomaly that happens, our administration will bring that to us, and that's a decision we'll have to make at that time.
We're severely underfunded. That's not an anomaly, that's a fact.
But this will allow us to kind of grow together, won't it?
Exactly.
So, not to, Julian, put you on the spot, I mean, for what the VOCC kept last year, is it in relationship to what we would, the percentage, did we keep that much for the BOCC operations with our departments in the last few years?
No, this would actually bring the BOCC to the table. If we look look in this upcoming fiscal year's constitutional request above and beyond what was budgeted last year, just the constitutionals want 1.85 million. We're only projecting to have 1.79 million in new revenue. So this is a scenario where this would carve out a portion of funding proportional to the ad valorem taxes to ensure that your BOCC departments actually do get a piece of the pie of new revenue generated, rather than it being a scenario where constitutional officers are able to ask for everything. They historically come in, they ask for everything that they want to accomplish in their next fiscal year, which is a fantastic thing for them. They get funded first and we get what's left over, which for many years has not been very much. This would allow everyone to get a piece of the pie and to grow proportionally to what the county is growing on average. Anomalies are taken and decided on by the board.
Yeah, and that's, you know, because everybody has employee problems, and by all means, the constitutional officers, they're doing the best job that they can, they're doing a great job. But we also have a lot of employees that need raises. We got to meet the $15 an hour in a few years.
Well, they have the
And, you know, we need equipment, we need, we need a lot of things. And so I just think that there's sometimes where, I just think this is fair. And that it will take out, and I'm sure we may have to tweak it, but it'll take out, you'll know what you're going to get the next year, the percentage of it. So I think it does sound like it's too simple to be true, but I think I'm willing to move forward and at least try this.
Got to start somewhere, don't we? I think Mr. Adams was next, and then Mr. Turner will.
Yeah, I mean, everything I continue to hear is use the new money. I don't want to use the new money. I want to give the money back. I want to give some of our reserves back. I don't want to use all the reserves. I don't want to use all the new money. I want to find ways, like Mr. Turner alludes to all the time, to live within our means. And I think part of getting to living within our means is having alternative funding sources, which allows us to take some of those things that aren't necessarily as controllable in our means out of the equation of the ad valorem part of it. And I think that allows us to get closer to living within our means. I honestly, as a commissioner, don't feel I have the details to know whether or not we're living within our means. And maybe I don't ask the right questions. I got to figure out different ways to ask things. And, you know, I've been looking at some other counties, the way that they do things. There's not maybe a suggestion. There's counties out there that, you know, we give approval to Mr. Suggs and yourself, or the prior, whoever the chairman is, to do certain levels, maybe we have a monthly report that says what was done with those signatures, where we can see that every
I ain't
month.
signed one yet this year, I'll tell you that.
Right, and maybe we have that for what Mr. Suggs can do, up to, let's say, $5,000. I think over $5,000, we see it, things like that. I don't have the insight to know that this is a good idea or not, to be quite honest with you. And I just don't like the sound of it in my ear resonates, that the growth, spend, share and spend, the growth. I don't like the way that sounds. The new term, share and spend.
It sounds that way
You'll
every,
have to let me go next, or I'm gonna bust.
sounds that way every year. I do,
I'll take a bite here in a minute.
may I say one thing?
I got a backup one down here. I
Mr. Adams,
I ain't got it in my second one yet.
Okay, Mr. Adams, let me say this. Even if we were to try to find different revenue, it's not going to be for this budget year. So, and every year that I've been here, and I know I took a little heat for having the department heads come to us first, but I wanted them the chance to give us, because it's kind of depressing when you sit there and you get done with the constitutionals and you're broke and you just go, ain't nothing left, guys, I'm sorry. And that's what bothered me. And I wanted to change that a little bit this year. No one, I think, disagrees that we're looking at different revenue if we can make that happen. But, and maybe we can, maybe we can't. I don't know that, but I just wanted to say that. Mr. Turner, you have the floor.
Maybe part of this issue is we just haven't tried to communicate this well, or I'm not able, because I speak San Mateo. So I'm gonna give it another shot, because what I'm saying and what you're saying ain't that far apart, I'm just telling you. Stage one would be to get our preliminary projection for the year. That would come sometime, this year it was in June, which is a little earlier, because usually it's in July, the first week of July. This year it came a little early, and these are only, I understand these are guessed preliminary projections.
But just for the record, we get one in June, that's the preliminary, then we get one in July, that's certified.
Okay,
That's
good
what it
deal.
is.
So anyhow, we have a preliminary projection. That's where we are. So then it would come to the board, and the board would make the decision. Are we gonna use part of this for a rollback? We're not. We're gonna move forward during budget season. Do we wanna take the 20% that we control and use it for rollback? You can make that decision later even, because, but if you make the decision today that we're gonna take the 1.8 million projected in revenues and use it towards the cost of living increases and everything else for next year, then that would give the staff an amount. The board sets that amount. So right now, let's say for instance that we got all generous and we said, okay, well, we're gonna take a rollback this year and we're only gonna spend $1 million in ad valorem increase. The other 800,000 we're giving back. We're gonna do a millage increase. Right, there it is. We just made the decision of the year. Then the staff knows they got $1 million. Out of that $1 million, the sheriff gets 54.30, well, out of that you take 20% out, which is for general revenue, which for other things, in case somebody needs something different. And the other 80% you divvy up on a percentage basis, and there it is. If the sheriff needs 5 extra cars because he can't afford them, he's gonna have to come in here and stand at the microphone up there and say, okay, I need 5 more cars this year. The money that you gave me didn't cover that expense. Well, that would go towards the 20% for us to do. If the property appraiser comes to us and says we want the GIS to move into the property appraiser's department, and we decide that's what and it's gonna cost X amount of dollars, then the board could then decide we give an extra, whatever that amount is, $20,000 a year or this year or whatever, to move GIS from IT into their department, which was actually happened this year. So, you know, those would be the things that the 20% would give us the ability to make those decisions. But the first decision that's gonna be made, are you gonna use the whole projected revenue increase, ad valorem revenue increase? Are you gonna use that, or are we going to do a rollback? So instead of waiting until way at the end or deciding a rollback or not, you're gonna make that decision in July. You're gonna make that decision, you're gonna say yes, or right now, or June, end of June, July, you're gonna make that decision. We're gonna use the total amount this year towards the cost of, but towards the expenses the county's going to incur. We're gonna take 20% out of that amount, and we're going to take the rest of it, split it up at the same percentage that each department has a budget. I mean, that's where it is. And the assessment that we're looking at now has nothing to do with it at this point. Because even if it happened, it'd be next year.
That's right.
And then you could change this next year. So next year it's simple. You make one decision, basic, one decision. Do you want to spend it or not spend it? Do you want to give it back or not give it back? It's the only decision you make. After that, it's just a mathematical formula that carries forward on its own, and you still have 20% of whatever amount you approve to do the extra things. I don't know if that helped or made it worse, Mr. Chairman.
You did fine. Mr. Ross, thank you. Mr. Ross?
You know, I like the way the conversation sounds, but what keeps rolling around the back of my mind is that we have multiple large ticket items that are fixing to slap us in the face. Our buildings are not getting younger, gravity's taking effect, our roofs are getting older, our vehicles are getting older. We're not having those conversations on strategically budgeting over the next 5 or 10 years, how we're gonna dig ourselves out of this hole that we're digging into by no fault of our own, but with the economy that's been handed to us. And there's no promise that prices are going to decrease, although we hope they do, but I think it would be foolish for us to think that they're going to go back to pre-COVID states. And we're not immune from those price increases. So everything that's metallic right now is costing 35 to 50% more. Commissioner Pickens and I have talked on the side about some of the stuff that's happening in our businesses, and that's going to affect us as well. So I don't know that I think what I don't like is the fact that we're not giving any credence to the fact that we have buildings that need to be repaired. We have vehicles that need to be replaced or equipment that needs to be replaced, and be able to assure our employees that, you know, in the future, you know, next year, this is what we're planning on doing, and then the following year, we're going to do this. So they know. When I was talking to Mr. Troxel the other day, he reminded me of a conversation that I had with Press Tompkins when I first got elected, which was dump trucks. And last year we had one that was wrecked, you know, or earlier this year. But you know, how do we dig ourselves out of this hole by just saying we're going to hold 20% and spend give the rest of it, but we don't really do anything to move the departments forward? They just get stuck in the same rut, and the next year it's a little worse.
Different conversation.
But when do we have the conversation that's different?
I understand, but that's a different conversation. We're
But
trying
Jeff,
to-
let me say this, Commissioner Rawls, if we don't do something, you heard the number that Ms. Holmes gave you.
Mm-hmm.
Young.
Ms. Young, gosh, I get that so mixed up.
Holmes
on-
Young.
Okay, Ms. Young, okay, that you weren't gonna have any money after the constitutionals walked out the door to
I
begin with.
got that, but what I'm
So-
saying is.
So now we have a mechanism that we know we can start building on, and we can address the anomalies. We can say, okay, that building over there needs to be fixed, and we got some money in reserves that we can do that. That's where staff is gonna bring that to us and say, guys, here's a priority. Here is a priority that you need to deal with. And that's why I think,
We're talking about short fund the sheriff's department, $300,000+, and then short funding everything else as well. So, you know, we had a
If you
31%.
don't have it, you can't pay it,
I understand.
Commissioner.
but we're not short
But
funding
what I'm saying
anything.
is, if I would be more comfortable if us as a body would take a proactive stance and be
No, raise
proactive,
taxes, raise fees,
not
get
raise
more
taxes,
money.
not raise
Turner,
fees,
please.
addressing the fact that we're facing shortfall
We
right
know
now.
that.
But
That has nothing
but
to
knowing
do
it
with
and
today.
doing something about it are two different things. That's my
I
point.
get it, we do
So,
get it, we
I-
do, and we're trying to address it by using this.
I
formula.
wanted to hear from staff. The year that I got elected, I went to Mr. Suggs and I said, why can't we start having budget talks in January? Let's talk to staff, because I had already been hearing from staff that we were short funding them. And their plight has not gotten any better, it's gotten worse. I just want to know that if we could make a bold statement as a commission and say, from this day forward, this is our intent, and start working this plan 365 days a year. So when we get back here next year, we're not having the same conversation, go, well, guys, golly gee, the budget took a turn, or the economy took a turn for the worse, and our housing prices are flat. Or they've dropped a little bit. And we're going to have to not only not fund you fully, but we're going to have to make you work, do more with less.
I think this is a great start to getting rubber on the road, and then we can build the,
No, I'll vote along for this year, but what I'm saying is,
we'll have it.
if this conversation doesn't change by next year, I'm gonna be screaming,
I think we hear you loud and clear.
okay?
Mr. Adams?
Yeah, I just want to say, I fully support you having staff come before us, before anyone else, and I support us doing that every quarter, no matter what we want to call that meeting, we should have it. And part of that meeting should be some sort of analysis by our property appraiser on where he thinks we are based on housing sales and stuff. If he can do that, we could ask him if he could do that.
June is the first he'll give it to us. We begged, I've been here 3 years, Commissioner.
Well, let's ask again. Let's ask again, okay? Yeah, I'll ask him, we'll ask him again. And if he can, he can. But I think he wants to be a partner, and I don't know what made that decision not to do that in the past.
Just doesn't, he can't put himself out there, that's the key. So,
Mr.
Oh,
Chairman.
then have the Realtors Association present to us what their sales are and any increases. I mean, somebody can do it. The data's out there. I can go find the data.
just told him the same thing.
Right. So there's somebody can give us that data, and it gives you some sort of roundabout of how the health of the community is, not necessarily towards our end budget, that we should be doing that quarterly. Whatever I called it, I don't remember what I called it. I don't want to call it budget. I want to call it planning, or I can't remember the word that I had.
Strategic planning.
I guess this is fine. I mean, basically, we're saying we're going to do this, but we could change it on a whim. So sure, let's do it, because it doesn't mean anything, in my opinion.
well, it means something.
It
That's how they're
doesn't.
gonna
It's
move. That's
it's
how
a
they're gonna move.
guideline, and when the sheriff comes in next week and says, hey, dude, you shorted me 400 grand from what I needed, we're going to be scrambling, reacting to him instead of the other way around. I mean, I just think it really doesn't do what I think we're trying to do. But just my opinion.
Thank you, Mr. Adams. Mr. Pickens?
I'm 100% of funding everybody what they ask for, but that's not going to happen. The money's just not there. So, Julian, I'm put you on the spot again. I guess if we were just to fund what the constitutional officers have asked for, that exceeds the money that's projected to come in.
That's correct. You'd be taking away from some county department.
Okay, so where does that,
On day
so
one.
where does that leave the BOCC? So when you talk about Jeff, we've all heard this, we heard it on the street when we were campaigning, before we were campaigning, is that everybody's underfunded, okay? I think we just made a step forward in looking at the MSBU, even I didn't vote for it, but I'm for moving forward. A couple of weeks would have been, I don't think it'd hurt a damn thing. And I think I've said that word more times a day than I have since I've been here,
3 times.
you know.
3.
So-
You can take another bite of your Snickers.
You probably, I can count to 10, so when I get to 10, so, anyway, so I think we're making a step forward, because we haven't made a step forward in the 5 years I've been here to get this far, other than that other study, and when that came on, we were in such turmoil, we couldn't do anything with that thing anyway. So now it's a little different situation. So we made that step, correct? That's alternative funding or different funding, right? Okay, within the minds of not raising taxes, looking out for individuals that it's going to impact the most, right? Okay, so now we're talking about maybe a system that we can modify, that we can use for next year's budget, that's going to help shift some of this money back to the BOCC,
This year,
okay?
and this year's budget.
Right, to shift it back, because we have problems in all our departments, you know? We just have problems. I'm not going to beat it up anymore, because we know. And I think it should show support to constitutionals, but it also should show support to the BOCC employees, at whatever level that they are, that we're mindful of their needs, from whether it's a salary increase or equipment that they need, or technologies, whatever it is. So, it did sound too simple when I heard about it. But I think this is something that we really ought to go ahead and move forward with.
All right, we about beat this horse to death.
Yes.
How do we move on from here? Do
I'm
you
gonna-
want by consensus, do you gonna need a vote to do this?
Well, I think the things on the table was the 96% budget the percentages as listed that we already talked about. And yeah, I think that we should do it by
Okay,
by motion.
I move that we budget at 96%. I move that as part of that motion, I think that the commission will set the revenue amounts, the ad valorem revenue amounts that year, and that amount, 20%, would be retained by the BOCC for special projects and contingencies, and that 80% of that amount of money will be split up at 54.38 for the sheriff's office, 4.60 for property appraiser, 4.19 for the clerk, 2.35 for supervisors of elections, and 34.48 to the BOCC, which is the percentages that they currently have of the budget.
Thank you. Proper motion by Commissioner Turner,
I'll second it.
proper second by Commissioner Pickens.
Under
Any further
question.
discussion
Yeah.
on the motion?
I got a question.
Mr. Rawls?
All right. Julian, can you just give us real quick what the asks from the constitutionals were and what the impact would be with this, to the 4% for going to election supervisor? What would that equate to versus his request? And same thing with,
Yes, sir. I can.
That was one of my
It's
questions.
probably gonna mean that some of them don't get everything they ask for, but at the same token, we can't just completely ignore the people that work for the BOCC either.
Nope.
So if we give all of the money to the constitutionals alone without any regard for the employees at the BOCC, that's not fair.
Rough math.
This is fair.
rough math here. Based on the scenarios that you just presented, as well as the proposed estimates by the property appraisers, we have 1.796 million of new revenue. Just in order of how they appear in my budget, the supervisor of elections net increase was 79,000, and they would stand to get a net increase of $33,700.
so we're shorting them by 40,000?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and that was elections?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
The property appraiser's net increase was 215, and they would stand to get 66,000.
So that's 150 negative.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
The Putnam County Sheriff's Office net increase was 1.377712 to be exact, and they would get 780,000.
600,000.
780,000.
No, 600,000.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, sir.
$600,000.
I just wanted to make sure we were on the same page. The
Clerk.
Yep, but he's just further down my spread. He's not in the same spot as everybody else, that's all. The clerk asked for 179,000, and the clerk would get 60,000.
There's another 120,000.
And then, of course, the BOCC would get 495,000 of new dollars that could be allocated across general fund departments.
I'm gonna have to vote against this because until I talk to the other constitutionals and see what the actual impact is, I can't move forward like this.
So where would you get the money to give them from?
It's not a matter of that. I need to see what the net impact is.
It's all a matter of that.
No,
Where
it-
would you get the money from to give them? I'm trying not
Right,
to
no,
be.
I understand. I'm not trying to be rude or disrespectful here, but I was told to sit down and shut up when I got elected. When the first time I brought this up, I was told, you're not a Republican if you raise taxes. So we're in a position that's not unique. I knew this was gonna happen, but I just would, personally, I need time, I wanna sit down and speak to all the constituents, so I can have it done by tomorrow, I promise. So I'm gonna vote no on this, and we'll see where it goes.
Well,
But
I understand.
I do wanna see what the net impact
Maybe
is.
two more will go along with you. I don't know.
Mr.
I'm
Pickens?
ready.
Yeah, that was one of the questions I was going to ask. And the second one was, has the constitutionals been involved in this at all, in this conversation?
Those are negative numbers for each one.
No, sir.
Well,
Got a
there-
comment?
There's been a limited conversation with one constitutional officer that with this scenario. Did not have a chance to break down the numbers, but The conversation yesterday was a positive conversation, but like I said, it was a very limited conversation yesterday morning.
Mr. Pickens, you still have the floor.
I'm done for right now.
Mr. Turner?
How could you be more fair than that if you got money, you give everybody the same percentage of the money that their budget is a percentage of? And if they've got any special projects for that year or additional things, whether it be a constitutional or whether it be a department head or whether it be anything, that they can come back and say, and ask for part of the 20%, because the law says we got to balance our budget. It's not an option,
Right.
it's the law. And so they can always come back and say, okay, I got a special project this year. I want to ask you for part of that 20%. But then that's the end of the discussion. There's no more, well, I wish we had more taxes. I wish our millage rate was higher. I wish we had a assessment. There's none of that. The only decision that's got to be made by this board is how much of the projected money is going to be used towards the expenses for next year on the budget line. If we can say all of it, part of it, we're going to give some back, but that's a decision that the board would make. And then it's a matter of taking the 20% and dividing it all up. And, you know, I'm sorry, and I don't want to seem hard or anything or whatever, but I'd love to fund the sheriff double what he's asking. I'd love to give JR everything that he thinks he'd need to turn that into the best fire system in the state of Florida starting tomorrow morning. I'd love to do that, but that's not realistic. Realistic is we got a pot of money in X amount of dollars. How is the fairest and best way to divvy that up? You take the amount of money, you decide how much you're going to use of it, and you hope at the end of the year that you get lucky like we did last year and get a little money back like we did, where we were able to do a last minute millage reduction, because I don't see how we're going to do it other than if we get lucky like we did there. I think the money's going to have to move forward. We're just going to take the projected and let them move forward. But there's no more conceptual. There's no more, I wish we had more, or I want to fund them. It's no more of that. It's basically from now on until we change it or another board changes it, it's just a mathematical formula. The only thing we decide is how much of it we're going to either give back or not. End of discussion, then it turns into a pencil. I'm good, thank you.
Mr. Pickens?
Larry.
In those numbers of 20%, would you hold back for special things that they could come back and request for? What is that?
Those numbers were net the 20%. 20% would roughly yield you about $350,000.
So I guess if we do it the regular way we've been doing it, then even attempt to fund, we're going to pull stuff out of reserves, money out of reserves, correct?
Well, you can't,
And then the
you
BOCC is
should
going to
not balance
suffer.
your operational budget with the use of reserves, and your operational dollars would exceed what you have in available revenue. So you would be cutting other departments' operational budgets in order to balance the budget.
Mr. Adams,
Kind of you asked the same thing about the 20%, so.
thank you, Mr. Ross.
So, right now, how much does it look like we're going to be increasing reserves by, based on the fact that we've got a lot of positions that weren't filled last year? What do you think we're looking at?
We don't have a projection of what
Can
your
we-
year-end carryover is going to
What
be.
would that look like? Can we get a projection?
Not at this point in the fiscal year.
Why?
We're only 6-7 months in.
But if we make the assumption we're not going to hire anybody else, that will give us,
You're going to put a hiring freeze?
no, I'm saying if we make the assumption, but we've had positions that have been open for decades that we haven't filled.
Sure.
or
But we've also made some
many, many
adjustments.
years.
So just in simple terms, I guess, in the transportation fund, you had some attrition, but then we made a personnel adjustment based on merit that the board made. And so it's not a situation where you can just say, oh, well, this position's been vacant for X months, so I've got all of that. When that position was vacated, there was typically, almost always, a payout, which sometimes equals more than what we would have budgeted for the
That's
months
where
of that
I'm going is,
attrition.
There was $1 million last year put in reserves that was left over from attrition. Any idea where we're going to be this year, based on last year or the year before?
No.
Historically, what has our attrition been?
Not going to answer that. I
We'll
can't
have
project
to-
that for you.
We'll have to pull the
Yeah,
history
I
on
think,
that.
so the question goes to, if we didn't increase reserves, if we took that leftover money and we didn't increase reserves, can we use that money to fund the BOCC side if it's available?
Well, based on the board's direction, no.
Budget using reserves, that's what it's
No,
called.
no.
Yeah.
If we
What it's
don't move the
called.
money into reserves,
You can't not. Governmental accounting, it's going to sweep into your
we
cash
have to
carry
sweep the
forward.
accounts.
Yes,
And why can't we leave the accounts in each of the individual?
because we are obligated by law to
Leave the
do,
money in the accounts of each of the departments.
because you're obligated
Obligated.
by law to do governmental fund accounting. You are not allowed to carry forward budget line items like that.
And we can't leave the reserve in each department?
No, you can budget for each department to have a portion of your reserves that you've got.
Right.
But you can't leave reserves in a department. But your departments do not get reserves. Your funds get reserves. Your funds have budgeted reserves. And next year, we will budget to have a fund balance reserve based on our estimated carry forward, what doesn't get used this year, what we believe projects won't close out for each fund. The fire fund will have it, the transportation fund will have it.
Whole different conversation. What I'm saying
Okay.
is, in the past, each department had reserve money per department.
No, they don't.
In the past, they did.
No, they don't.
No.
They're not allowed. The funds do, so Public Works, yes, has, but
Right.
he's a transportation fund,
Right.
not a department.
Okay. So the transportation fund, can we, if we leave the money in transportation instead of moving that into general fund?
We've never moved it into general fund.
So
We've moved,
all the general fund reserves has only been general fund, has never been moved?
that's correct. You do not move transportation fund reserves into general fund. Historically, we have moved general fund reserves into the transportation fund to operationally balance them, and we will have to again this
Why
year.
does it go both ways? Why does it only go one way?
Because the transportation fund is set up as a fund specific. Its revenues generated stays with its fund at the end of the year. It rolls over, just like the fire fund. We would not scoop fire fund money and put it back into the general fund. The fire fund generates its revenue, even if we have to supplement it. We would leave whatever balance remains in the fire fund at the close of the fiscal year, and we would start the next fiscal year with that reserve, those reserve dollars. Could we use those reserve dollars as part of purchases? Yes, you can, but the board's direction has been very clear. They do not want to use reserves for operational dollars.
I think that's where I'm going. If we don't use reserves for the operations, then we're going to severely underfund the constitutionals and our departments.
And that's a conversation we'll have when that time.
I cannot get behind this without talking to the constitutionals.
Okay.
Mr. Turner?
Yes, number one, you're not gonna get me to vote for a budget that uses reserves to balance that budget. The first year I was here, we worked very, very hard to try to get back to budgeting this county within their budget dollar. We did that for the first time in 7 or 8 years. So if you want to use reserves to pay for other expenses, I have no problem with that. Bring the expense to the board and ask for it, and if it's a justifiable expense, Mr. Troxel needs, sorry, Mike, I'm gonna pick on you. If he needs an extra $100,000 to do a culvert that wasn't in his budget or whatever, he comes to the board and said, I don't have money to cover this, it's not in my budget, I need you to take it out of reserves. That's what reserves are there for. We take the money out, we fund that. But it wasn't in the budget to start with. You don't take reserves and balance your budget and use it for reoccurring expenses, because then you're just going down a hole that you can't get out of. So, you know, if the constitutionals can't live on it or whatever, they need to just come talk to us about the 20%, because the rest of it, if we pass this as the motion stated, it's a math thing. They get X amount of dollars of the money that's available, and that's the end of it. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Adams, real quick, and we're going to take a vote.
Given our estimated budget, what is the amount that we're required by law to have in reserves? This is a question I asked last budget meeting.
By law, roughly 10% of your operational,
So
I've budgeted it in, so roughly 10 million.
10 million?
Roughly. And then GFOA recommends an additional up to 16.67%. And we currently have set policy that we try to carry pretty close to the GFOA recommended amount,
And what's our total reserves?
roughly 18 million in the general fund. That rule is only for your general fund operations. That does not,
And giving
Very-
back, lowering millage is considered a capital expenditure, which could come out of reserves, correct? That's what I heard from the attorney when we did the last budget meeting.
That's recurring.
reducing the millage would be a recurring operational loss. It would not be a capital.
I thought, so we can't,
And essentially, you wouldn't be using your reserves to lower the millage rate. You would lower the millage rate, take in less revenues, and then use your reserves to offset your expenditure
Sure.
budget. So you wouldn't be lowering the millage rate with reserves.
okay, so I have the semantics a little bit sideways, but
Okay.
the bottom line to me is we have $8 million in reserves that we probably need to use some of this year. And if that applies towards this, or that's on top of the 20% or whatever, there's no way we get to where what we heard, or even half of it, or we get to where we roll back any millage, or we get to funding the constitutionals without using some of that. Again, I still stand by what I said. We are not a shoreline community. And if we plan to get to this MSBU and other things, we do build our headroom, which is part of the reason why I'm for it. It really isn't completely about funding JR or fire and EMS. It's about having headroom and millage in order to not be able to have as much reserves to give money back to the community, which in turns, like I said in the last time, results in more sales tax, more revenue generation from the community, and that some of that money comes back. It's proven that money given back via tax credit, via tax reduction, comes back within 12 to 18 months, no matter what the agency is. If it's federal, it's 12 months. If it's local, it's 18 to 24. So that money comes back into our coffers in some way, just from an alternative revenue source, whether it be sales tax, and that's not counting sales tax that people come into our county from out of the county, which hopefully and I think we are increasing that. We are increasing the number of people that are visiting from other places. I mean, I've only been here 5 years, and I meet more people from outside of the county when I'm out eating dinner and stuff than I do people in the county that I know. I see people all the time. I have no idea who they are. I talk to them. Oh, we're visiting from Flagler. We're visiting from here. We're increasing that. That is going to help us with it's going to benefit the county. It's going to benefit this government as well. So I guess on this subject, I really don't care based on the fact that we can do whatever we want with it. But we need to start looking at that as the alternative revenue source as well, because we don't need to keep 10% plus 16%. That's insanity to me. But thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Abbott. Mr. Turner?
Okay, out of the 18 million, we've got money that we've got to spend on several projects that we know's coming up. So it's not fair to sit here and say, oh, we got 18 million as a savings account. That ain't accurate. So, Ms. Young, if you would give me the rundown that you gave me the other day, because it got closer around 8 to 9 once we did all the deducts for the things we know's coming. So it ain't like we're sitting on a savings account here. It's the bridges and the different things that we've made, that we have obligated ourselves for that hadn't been taken out of it yet. Please help me out, Ms. Young.
Yes, sir. Well, and again, we're, in a normal process, we're upside down, so we're backwards. Theoretically, we would have all of these decisions in place, and then we would come back to you with what our capital and reserve plan would be. And in that, we would have to account for, when we talk about where we are in the general fund, that doesn't account for one single dime of capital expenditures for any general fund department. We have to transfer money to the utility fund to make them whole, about $1 million. We have to transfer money to the transportation fund to make them whole. Right now, we're looking at about $2 million. There are numerous bridges and projects that have not been budgeted that would come out of capital. In addition to, right now, the BOCC has about $3 million in capital requests just to make it through next fiscal year. So when you get down to that, you don't have $18 million of free funds flowing. We're reducing it as we go down. But before I can give you the details on a projected capital plan and on a projected safe revenues, conservative, what we're going to hold for O&O and what we're going to hold for different transportation fund expenses, we first need to know, where's my starting point? What is it that you're asking administration to start working from? And if I'm working from another hole with constitutionals, I just am, but I need to know those dollars before I can tell you what you're gonna have in available reserves. I can't tell you that yet. Other than I can tell you what we've got requests in there. I need 2 million for transportation.
So
I need-
let's do this, let's do this
I
thing.
have the floor.
Yeah.
Hang on.
Oh, I didn't, I thought she was
He
responding.
turns it
I
off
got
soon
you.
as we start
Yeah,
speaking.
I got you.
Hoping you'll go away.
Oh, yeah.
Watch him do it.
I don't
to
think
you.
that's
Soon as you
happened
say
today.
something, He's gonna hit your button. So anyhow, realistically, we have 8 to 10, and we're not sure because some of the jury's still out on some of the things
Yeah.
we need to do.
Absolutely. And the minimum that the GFOA would recommend would be the 10 million.
Okay.
And so I would not recommend that the board take action below that GFOA recommendation. Obviously, the board then gets
And so
to make
we're
a
there.
decision.
I mean, we have the about the proper amount of reserves at this present time. We have a little bit there for the O-nos when the bridges wash out or the whatever happens, and it's a critical do it right now deal.
Sure,
We have that.
correct. But it doesn't take but 1 or 2 bridges or 1 or 2 of Mike's projects
I
to
understand.
make it go
We all
away.
live on the edge with dice in our hand, so,
Right.
yeah, I get it. Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
And I want to say before I start, I know Mr. Rawls is going to be next, but when I first got here, we were borrowing money from landfill operations to pay for hurricane damage. And I went to DC and asked for that money. We just couldn't live without it. And I stood up there in the cabinet room and said, Putnam County needs that money. And that's where we got the money. But over the years, we've been able to, yeah, we didn't buy the truck and we didn't buy the ambulance, and maybe we lasted longer on this, but we had to build those reserves up. And we had to take care of our employees, and we did that. And we are looking forward here. And we're not borrowing money from the landfill right now. But that doesn't mean we won't, because if we have hurricanes back to back and we have damages and we're waiting on reimbursement money, you gotta spend that money to get the money back.
Tell them you want
So-
interest this time, Jay.
Yeah, exactly. But I'm just saying, and then there's a part that you don't get a dollar for a dollar, you get a percentage of the dollar. So, you know, we're in a whole lot better shape. At least you wouldn't have had this conversation 7 years ago. You wouldn't have had it 6 years ago. You wouldn't have had it 4.
Yeah.
So thank God you're having it, but I really wish y'all would wrap it up. Mr. Ross.
Hey, I've had to wait for 2.5 years to have this conversation, so
Well,
suck it
good.
up,
I'm
Buttercup.
glad you did.
All right. You know, I asked last year and the year before, and I'm gonna ask it again. You know, I don't know if I can make a demand of staff, but I think we should have at least quarterly, balance statements on the reserves. What monies are projected to be used, what monies are available. You know, when I ask the question, how much money do we have available in reserves, I want the unabridged version of it. This is what's unencumbered. Because you know we have money that's encumbered or is gonna be encumbered for whatever reason. But we don't have these conversations until we get all the way down at the end of the budget year, and then it's, okay, well, this is how much money's left. But we don't know what has been pulled out. So it would be nice if we had, at one point, Matt Reynolds had created a statement. If you guys remember back a couple of years ago, it's very easy to read. It had everything in their reserves, and it gave our unencumbered number. So I don't know why, is that a huge ask to keep track of that and give it to us quarterly?
Well, it all depends on what your tolerance level is for estimates. So just real life
No,
example.
I want real life estimates.
Well, but-
If you know that we have something that's gonna be hitting us in the face in the next 6 months, put it on there as an estimate.
Mr. Rawls, will you let her?
So that's what I'm trying to tell you. For instance, we all know County Road 310 Bridge is out there. We've known that for 2 years.
Yep.
We only have 90% estimates. So right now, I think you need 2 million. But when those 100% estimates come in,
90% of what?
the design. So we only have 90% of the design, so we only have a rough basis of what we think we need for the 310 bridge, and we just got that. So for the 2 years back, if you'd have asked me to estimate for 310, it would have been my best guess at a bridge, and I don't build bridges. And so y'all just approved at workshop to apply for the RAISE grant. If we get the RAISE grant, you need $3 million. Do you want me to book that in that statement that I show you? Because we're gonna quickly run out of reserve dollars. And so it becomes a question of, when do you start saying these are encumbered dollars?
So at some point, you're gonna have to take the mic and say, gentlemen, even if you apply for this raise grant, you're not ever gonna be able to cover the 20% on it. So I think if we have that quarterly, as far as the 310 bridge goes, at one point, there was like a $1.39 million ask on that. Y'all fought me on design build, you'd have had your answer a long time ago on that, so.
let's go
if-
back. Let's
I'm just, hold on a minute now,
Jeff,
hold
we're
on,
gonna move
hold
on.
on. No, it's not a
We're not
matter of
gonna-
moving on. If you
we're
want to.
not gonna condemn staff
Tell me to
over
shut up.
a
I'm not.
board decision.
Then just tell me to
Okay.
shut up. But all I'm saying
I'm not
is there's
telling
no
you to shut up,
reason
but
that
there's
we
no
should.
reason to berate staff over a
Nobody
board
is
decision.
berating it. Don't sit here and resort to ad hominem. Nobody's
No one's
berating
doing that.
anybody, okay? You know, I had a very
big word
tenuous
right
conversation about it, and all
Okay.
I've been told is, we don't do design build in this county, so.
We
give
get
me my-
that, Jeff.
Okay.
We do.
Then
Let's move on.
We're to a point now where we're coming
All
into
right,
a
make
very
your point
difficult
and bring it to
time.
a workshop, and then if you don't get the vote, you
At
don't get the
I'm at a
vote.
workshop,
All right.
aren't we?
Not on this one, you're not.
We're not at a workshop?
We are, but that's not on the
It's a
topic.
budget
right?
workshop. We're talking the budget. So, my point is simple.
What does
Can
that
we
have to do
please have quarterly updates?
Doesn't. That's what I'm trying to say. We're having discussion about the motion on hand. And I've allowed this to go down every rabbit hole, but we're fixing to bring it in for a landing.
Let's have the vote.
Mr. Rawls, bring it in for a landing, please.
Let's have a vote. I'll call the question.
I can't right now. I got two more lights on, and I want to pay respect to those
I'm sorry.
other commissioners. Mr. Adams, and after Mr. Pickens, we'll call for the vote.
I'll do the vote. We can do the vote.
I'm sorry?
We can do the vote.
Okay, Mr. Pickens, you have a comment?
I know we have a responsibility to provide certain things to fund different departments and constitutionals. I mean, do we have to fund them 100%? I mean, is there legal responsibility? I know all of us want to do that, there's no question about that. The only thing I don't really like is I would like to talk to all the constitutionals, but I think it's time for us to go ahead and vote on this.
Okay, we have proper motion on the floor, proper second. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, like sign?
Aye.
Okay, 3-2, the motion carries. Thank you very much. Next item on the agenda, public comment on miscellaneous items. Is there any public comment on a miscellaneous item? Seeing none, move down to County Administrator, Mr. Terry Sugg.
Yes, sir. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. Spirited conversation for sure today. A couple things that I want to take away from the meetings today is I believe the presentation we saw this morning from Ms. Heather was exceptional as far as knowledge base. I think that's an opportunity that I appreciate the board giving the administration direction to move forward with that. I think it's something we can absolutely look at and see if there's any advantage to it. I think we should absolutely bring it back to the board for further discussion. I absolutely 100% agree that, there's going to be a trade-off. And so that's what we'll be looking for. Administration heard you loud and clear, and I think that's very important. Now moving into the afternoon discussion. This is a hard thing to have to deal with from year to year, but I want to use a couple of things that I've heard throughout the last year or so from this board, and again here today, and I think it's appropriate. I've heard live within your means. I've heard take ownership. I've heard that it takes bold leadership to make tough decisions, and I think that's a lot of the stuff that we're doing here today. I appreciate on behalf of my staff and your staff that we actually took a hard look at where we're going to be at this year and what we can do. And I agree, we need to be looking further down the road. There's no question about that. But I'm going to take a little bit of privilege here, and then you can chastise me afterwards, and that's okay. That's why you put me in this position. A lot of things that are said here we don't comment on. This is board conversation. We're here for support of Board of County Commissioners, and we'll do our very best to support each and every one of you, all five of you individually and collectively in moving forward in the discussions that we're having. But I want to make a request, and that request is if you've got a question or you want to come talk to somebody, let's sit down and let's have a conversation. Jeff and I have been doing it now for a little while, and I think it's working real good. And so that opportunity goes for everybody, and I think most of you take advantage of that. But staff is working extremely diligently to do the things that we're charged to do with implementing the policies that's passed by this board, okay? If you've got issues or you got concerns, let's don't have a conversation publicly. Come see me. I'll be more than happy to sit down. If not, you're going to put me in a position where I'm going to do what I'm doing right now and defending staff. This staff When you see these folks that show up here every Tuesday for you folks, you should be proud of the work that they do, okay? Because they are working very, very hard, diligently, professionally to represent the Putnam County citizens as well as you folks. So you can be upset with me. That's fine. That's what I'm here for. I'm gonna put that distance between you folks and them because that's my job. So in the future, if you got a concern, please come see me. And Jeff, I'm going to use just another reference. No one on this commission doesn't understand the personality conflicts that me and Commissioner Rawls have had for 2 years. But I will tell you that we're talking more in the last couple of weeks about different things than we have in 2 years, and I appreciate that. And that's how we're going to get this stuff fixed. And I'm going to do that again to everybody. And but staff, just know they're busting their asses for. Oh,
No, that's right.
sorry, I said I would never do that. But they bust their humps every day, okay?
defend stuff.
And I'm going to tell them how much I appreciate it, if nothing else. And I appreciate that. So that's all I got, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Commando, are you in the, nope, you're not here. Commissioner comments, Mr. Adamsack.
Yeah, I appreciate what you just said, and I hope that none of us take offense outside of the moment that it happens when we have these conversations, because some of it's coming to us, keep in mind, at the moment when we're hearing something for the first time, or we're hearing something that reminds us of something that we thought about weeks ago. So just keep that in mind too. I mean, we're all humans, and I'll tell you what, I love each and every one of you as staff. I love my fellow commissioners. Do I agree with all of you all the time? I don't know if I agree with myself sometimes when I'm sitting up here. I was just trying to get one like you get. So, I mean, just know that I appreciate all of you, and sometimes it's frustrating. There's some level as a new commissioner that you think that data would just come to you, and I guess it doesn't. But I mean, some of the things I'm talking about is like what you were talking about. Sure, why can't we have that? And then you say these are the things that are committed, and these are the 20 things that might be committed to that. I mean, that's how you do it. You have 3 columns in the spreadsheet, right? I mean, it is what it is, right? But I love you guys, and I want to get along with everybody. I'm not trying. I don't ever leave here just, I don't have a personality where I leave angry. I'm not an angry person. I don't leave upset. I leave here, and when someone says, how you doing today? I say, fantastic, just like I would to any one of you when I walk up. That's just, I'm blessed like that. I've been blessed like that almost my whole life, so don't take it personally. And if I do something that offends anyone, if that was directed at me in any way, just tell me. Anyone. It doesn't have to come from him. Anyone can come up to me and say, hey, Mr. Adams, I didn't like the way you did that. So I just want to let everyone know I support you 100% in that manner, and I love it. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm a skip around Mr. Rawls.
Yeah, I agree with everything Mr. Suggs said, and I do agree that staff is really busting their hump every day. And if Commissioner Harvey, I once told you that I was pissed off about something. You said, no, that's passionate. So I'm not pissed off. I'm passionate. I'm very passionate. I'm passionate about what we're discussing every time we sit up here. And, we hear it from the taxpayers, the ones that fund these operations, and we hear it from the folks that have to take the money and put it into production. But I just, when I sit up here and say I'm really concerned about the direction we're heading, I am really concerned about the direction we're heading, because if we don't, and I know that we've discussed change today, so I'm not going to say that we haven't. I do believe that we're heading in the right direction if we make change in the way we start funding these operations. But, I hate the fact, and the reason I voted no was because I hate the fact that we have to tell our constitutionals, we're looking, like I said a minute ago, we're facing a 20% increase over the next 5 years in payroll alone. That means the constitutionals are facing the exact same problem that we're facing. And that equates to about 1.5% increase right off the bat. So if we got a 1.5% increase in millage, in assessed value, or not, that's all right, in tax revenue, the first 1.5% goes to increasing that 3% just to keep a little bit of separation when that $15 an hour minimum wage hits, Chad, and your paramedics are making $15, now they're making $17.25. You're going to have a $2.25 separation if we maintain that 3% over the next 5 years. I'm not looking at the short game. I'm not a golfer. I'm telling you right now, I'm looking at the long game. And the constitutionals are having the exact same problem. So if they have folks that are at $15 an hour now and they bump them up $3 an hour, they'll be at $17.25. $15 is your new level of poverty for all intents and purposes. You're going to be just above that. So if we don't see that 1.5% increase every single year going forward for the next 5 years, then we're hitting that brick wall even sooner. On top of that, we're going to have equipment that's failing sooner than later. We're going to have other issues that we're going to have to take on, like our whatever percent increase in our insurance, our health insurance. If we do have a 10% increase in our health insurance, imagine what that looks like. So I only say this to just, make everybody aware. And I hope that I'm not the only person that sits up here that thinks like this, but it really bothers me and it burdens me to think that we are facing these things and we don't have there is no magic bullet. We're going to have to work our way to this hole. That we got to figure it out, and the only way to do it is for the 5 of us to sit up here and discuss all options. So, I think that's all I got.
Thank you, Mr. Rawl. Mr. Pickens?
Yeah, definitely appreciate this meeting. I'm not looking at it like I won one, lost one, because as Paul says, I think all of us are in agreement. We're up here for one reason, and that's to make this county better. If we didn't, we want to put ourselves out there and campaign and try to get into this particular position. So they are tough situations, been making them since I got here. And like I said, each budget year is different and it's tough. But I appreciate your passion. When I was giving the gavel over to Commissioner Turner a couple of years ago, I said that we had some spirited conversations, and you said it was Synergy, which is the name of your company. So, but anyway, I just think everybody here just wants the best for Putnam County. And I think we made some decisions today will be popular with some and not with others. But at least I think we're moving forward, and I think towards the MSBU and those things, I think to get this report back is, or at least get that started, I think is definitely a positive direction. And I want to thank staff for all they do also, and all the commissioners. So that's all I got.
Thank you, Mr. Pickens. Mr. Turner?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, thank you. I think we did a good thing today. I wasn't against, and I'm not totally against MSBU or an assessment or whatever. I just wanted a little more time, but I'm okay with that. I mean, we'll go along with it. It'll give me time to come up with things in the future, questions to ask and what have you, to other steps along the way. It's not like it's over and done today. That's just the first step. So good. The other thing, I think we did a really good thing. I think we took a lot of the stress off of staff on the budgeting process today. So basically, we've got to come up with a number every year of where we're going to start the process at, which is my last comment. We didn't do that today, Mr. Chairman. We didn't come as a board and say we're going to use $1,796,086 as a basis to move forward for their budgeting math to kick in. So I think we should do that today, and that doesn't give us a rollback at this time on this current budget year, but I really don't see how we can this year. Nobody sitting up here wants more than me to give rollbacks, to roll that. I've preached it as hard as I could. I just don't see how we could do it this year and be fair and realistic in the system. So I think that this year we need to go on and take the projection of $1,796,086, which is a projection from the property appraiser, and move forward at this time using that money and use the number of 20, like we voted today, to do the 20% and split it up amongst everybody at their rate and move forward. If we're fortunate enough this year to find the extra money at the last minute like we did last year, then I'll be willing to move forward and try to reduce taxes again with that found extra money. It may be, if the board votes on it, but at this point, I just don't see how I can. As much as I want to, I don't see how we can. Do you need a motion consensus? What do you need?
No, I think that was a given inside the product that we passed today.
Well, I don't think it's a given unless we actually state it.
We'll state it.
What'd you say?
It was in here. We voted.
You voted against it. You made the motion.
That's the one I lost, yeah. So you're good with the one,
Yeah.
okay.
They
That was part
got
of
it.
the motion as far as you're concerned, we're good, okay.
They got it. Yeah.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
That's all I had, Mr.
And
Chairman.
I want to say thank you to everybody. I know it gets contentious up here at times, but it's also fulfilling that we all sit here and debate, and then we walk out, like Mr. Adamczak says, and I have no ill feelings against anybody, and I just enjoy the process. We did give staff the direction today, so there don't have to be a meeting tomorrow. And if there's no further comments, we will adjourn this meeting. Thank you.